that the defendant, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired.
That's correct.
So are you talking about at the time the murder happened?
That's correct.
So you are giving an opinion about the defendant's mental state at the time the murder happened.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, that seems to be completely opposite of what you just told this jury.
That's not true.
Okay, so then going on from that, you also gave an opinion that the defendant was, the felony, the murder in this case, was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're giving an opinion about his cognitive state, right, at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
All right, so let me ask you some questions about that. So since you didn't look at a shred of the police reports in this case or see any of the video of the murder in this case, were you aware of the fact that the defendant in the hours before the murder actively took efforts to conceal his identity from any camera systems or from detection by the victim and his friends? Were you aware of that?
He's harassing the witness and has been asked and answered repeatedly.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, when the murder happened, was dressed in all black, covering every part of his body except for his eyes, which had an orange or reddish-colored ski mask on? Were you aware of that?
What up with it?
No. That he took active measures to conceal his identity? Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, before shooting at the victim and his friends, snuck along? Excuse me?
Objection.
Clay Richards, what up with it?
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that dressed up in that outfit with a high-powered rifle in his hands, that he snuck along behind a bunch of cars to avoid detection by the victims and took up a position of concealment? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant did not come out of concealment until he absolutely had to, as the victim was fleeing in his car in a desperate attempt to get away, that he then revealed himself and opened fire on the victim's car? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
Were you aware of the fact that as the victim was fleeing in his car, that the defendant actively, purposely, intentionally followed the victim's car, running towards it, and then opened fire as the victim was fleeing away from him? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
And were you aware of the fact that after shooting at the victim's car, the defendant immediately, without hesitation, turned and ran back to a getaway car, where he then secreted himself from the crime scene in the middle of the darkness in the night? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't all of those facts have been critical to your assessment in determining these two opinions as to whether the defendant's cognitive abilities were impaired at the time he committed the murder?
No.
Don't all of those facts demonstrate a person's ability to adapt, their ability to conceal themselves, and to make purposeful, intentional effort to do so?
Perhaps.
Okay. And your testing is just one component of cognitive assessment, correct? Under the DSM-5?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
He and the doc had a pretty snappy back and forth, and Harmon even left people questioning the doc's credibility. But he didn't stop there. Harmon had unlimited objections. I was looking at this at one point. I started saying this should be like sports. You know how you have a certain amount of timeouts, a certain amount of challenges. He needs a certain amount of objections. My God, he had an exuberant amount of objecticles and spewed every one of them. And you could see her visibly frustrated and flustered, which may have been a tactic to overwhelm her, have her feeling bombarded and walking on thin ice, not knowing what to say next. Or it could have just been the fact that she was actually leading and he was doing his job as prosecution.
Individuals that have been charged with first-degree premeditated murder have a lot of mental health problems.
Objection, leading.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do a lot of people?
No. Individuals charged with first-degree premeditated murder.
Just generally speaking?
Yeah, leading and relevance.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Would you come here and testify?
Objection. Self-serving.
Well, why don't you rephrase? Go ahead, rephrase. Ask your question.
Would you jeopardize your career?
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving, improper, and leading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Would you jeopardize your career and fabricate your testimony?
Absolutely not.
Is there any reason to believe that when you evaluated Davion Murphy and met with him those 7 times over 20 hours that he was faking?
No, he was not faking.
What about the IEP program?
Objection, vagueness, objection to speculation.
Just rephrase your question as to what?
Was Davion Murphy placed or given an IEP program in school?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
You can answer.
He was given IEPs every year, the same way that he was given.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. Go ahead.
The same way that he was given the FCATs as a means to measure, assess, and place him in the most appropriate academic setting.
And children aren't placed in these programs just willy-nilly, right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
The fact that Davion Murphy repeated the 4th grade, you think that's
Objection, Your
false?
Honor. Asked or outside the scope of cross.
Rephrase your question. Go ahead.
Did you review Davion Murphy's school records?
Yes.
And did you find anything in there for you to believe that it was false?
Objection, again, speculation.
Overruled. Just did you
that
find
boy
any?
head
Go ahead, you can
down
answer.
in court
No.
today. Is he
The fact
praying?
that you repeated the 4th grade, do you think that was fabricated?
No.
Objection, asked and answered.
That's
Final
sustained.
decision, brother. Hold on, turn this off. Hold on. Look at this young man's face. What Ice Cube say? Look at your face. Yeah, the day is the day you get the answer, brother. Rather you than me. How long he had his head down for? Look at him. You look fairly unbothered. Oh, he got that tattoo out today. Wow. He don't got that top button buttoned up today. And she trying to help him lift his spirits. Look at Buddy back there. Yep, he's fried. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's it, buddy. Yep. Mm-hmm. Char grilled. Was he asleep? Was he praying? What was he doing, y'all? Did he just give his lawyer the, what's up, nigga? Did he look at his lawyer and say, damn, bro. Better you than me. I cannot. And look at it. He got his shirt open here a little bit more. Come on, bro. Button that top button, brother. Not that it matters. Oh, man. Look at him. It's got to be a weird dynamic to have to remain calm at one of the most pivotal points in your life. This is the ultimate decision. Well, I guess you made the ultimate decision when you took a life, right? I don't know. Let's get off in this chat real quick. Ruger World Forever says, I don't feel bad at all. Long live Six. And I didn't even mess with him when he was here. Clay Richards says, crybaby. Nurse Lady T says, nope. Clay Richards says, they're going to bend him and spin him, little crybaby ass. Damn. Anonymous says, no more Diet Mountain Dew for his big ass. Slim Jones says, I did. Shay Clay Richards says, get them likes up. Y'all run the likes up, please. 3 more likes should get us to 10. 3 more likes will get us to 10. 8 more get us to 15. Run the likes up, please. Nurse Lady says, There's no way I would have been fainted. My life in others' hand. I would have been fainted. Mel says, my ZT is high, and I'm not even going through this. Man. Biz says, no, there is not. Pray for my cousins, y'all. Biz Y9M says, no, there is not. Pray for my cousins. Oh, that's your family? Shay says, did anybody see what Charleston White said about them? That it's funny. Nurse Lady T says his sweat equity is high. Damn. 2 more likes, guys. Yeah, you know when court starts, we get quiet. But until then, we're going to continue to show love to the chat. When court gets quiet, when court starts, we get quiet. When court starts, we get quiet. When they leave, I'll be talking again. That's when I use my time to show love to the chat, man. Salute to y'all. Nurse Lady T said that's not a good look. Mel says, I said it might take them 3 to 4 hours, but I think it's going to take them 2. She's talking about the time for deliberation. Shay says them boys are cooked. Clay Richard says they stalked Foolio all night. B&B, both clubs and Telly. They could have went home, abandoned mission at any point. Wow. Mel says, wow, I hope y'all have a wonderful day today. Listen, enjoy the free air. Enjoy the air of freedom. Breathe it in. Hold it. Release. Breathe it in. Hold it. Release. Enjoy the free air. Breathe in, take in the free air, enjoy it, be appreciative of it. It could be worse. Your life could be worse. You might not be where you want to be. Things might not even be going the way you need them to go. Want them to go. Things might not be going the way you need them to go. But what you got to do is still be thankful that you have your freedom. You have the freedom of choice. You have the freedom of direction. You have the freedom to go and come as you please, eat what you want. You can find your way. I swear, I always say this, even if you are a complete loser, if you don't take your life and you don't you don't put your life in the hands of somebody else in prison, you have a chance to change whatever your situation is. No matter how down and out you may seem, no matter how far away from success you may seem, you have a chance to change your situation unless you, 1, take your own life, or 2, give your life to the state or government by becoming property. Don't do it. Don't take your life and don't give your life. Jeez. Anyway, shout out to y'all, man. 1 more like to get us to 10, man. Can we get 1 more like on the board? I know we can get 1 more like on the board. Miami Everett says, as the show Beretta said back in the 70s, it became do the time. Oh, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Stay Striving Cheese says, look at your face. Rugerwood says, that boy about to throw up. Damn, man. Consequences of decisions, unfortunately, guys. Another gamer says, just being free, life is good. Z says, in the building this morning, y'all. What up? What up with it? Shay is at work, y'all. So Shay gonna be tapping in and out. Make sure y'all show some love. Z in the building. Z says, eat what you want. Don't look like Davion. Mel says, I'm gonna have to start talking ish because if I'm not, I'm gonna be sick all day. Supreme Tunes, what's up with it, brother? He said, shout out to chat. Top 100. Top of the morning to everybody. Lim says, fishing time. Ruger World says, wake up, fam. It's over. Your cousin's fumbled. Damn. Robert Cullen says, America forever and ever. Amen. From Dublin, Ireland. Shout out to you. Lim says, Friday, baby. MT said, that's over with, brother. They fried. Damn. Anonymous says, kick that like button like Diddy did his ex. This nigga is hilarious. Oh my goodness, bro. Nurse Lady T says that she thinks the decision is gonna come back quick. Mel says anxiety. Miami Everett said if you can't do the crime, don't do the time. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. I said it all backwards, but we know what we talking about, man. 2 more likes, guys. Here we go. Come see me, says Warren B. Robert Cullen, I put a like just now. 10 from Dublin. Shout out to you. Shout out to Dublin, Ireland. Leonard Hornsby, what it do? 2 likes away, guys. 2 likes away from 15. As soon as they get some sound, we get quiet. Run the likes up, share the stream. This is the final day of this trial. The penalty phase, day 5, Julio Foolio murder trial. Florida versus the Foolish Four. It was originally 5. The girl separated her case, got a speedy trial. She was convicted. Alicia Andrews was convicted of 2nd-degree manslaughter and is awaiting sentencing. These 4 men's life hang in the balance. And here we are, unfortunately. But fortunately, we are free and we are going to have a good time. Everybody has the freedom of choice. Your choices and decisions could be what land you in a bad situation. There could be mistaken identity. There is cases of mistaken identity, but in this case, I think it all comes down to choices and decisions. Shout out Larry, man. We just waiting for sound, guys. Run the likes up. Run the likes up. 5 more likes to get us to 20, guys. Don't stop it. Please don't stop the music. Please don't. Cisco is very elated today. What's that smile on her? Bob Marley, you been over there, boy?
Yeah. It starts off. See, we start off at. It starts off. See, we start off at.
Turn that sound back on. Sean, that's your last sip of water without being behind bars. Damn. What is he showing this dude? What are they showing? Let's see that. What is that? They trying to make Sean laugh. Look at Sean. Hey, man, that shit funny. They're talking across and probably telling courtroom jokes. Boy, you... Miss Duval, shout out to you. Lim, what's up? Come see me. What's up? Bob Marley, what's up with it? All rise. I think we got sound now, guys. 4 more likes to get us to 20. 4 more likes to get us to 20, guys. Let's run the likes up. Share the stream. We have been here for the duration of the trial. We done saw another one all the way through. I thank y'all for rocking out.
Okay, very good.
Final
Welcome back,
decision
members
today.
of the jury. We are ready to proceed. And Ms. Finkelstein, on behalf of Sean Gathright, you may proceed.
$, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. Show some love. Keep the channel going. Let's start that dollar train. Everybody send $1 to $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. 3 more likes to get us to 20. I'm quiet. Court is proceeding. This is where we get quiet. Let's go, RUMORNATI. Wow. That's really the final day.
Members of the jury, we have come a long way
Close
since you were selected a little bit over 3 weeks ago. And now we have reached the most demanding part of this trial. In just a little while, the fate of Sean Gathright is going to be out of our hands and into yours. If you remember back to jury selection, there was a lot of numbers, scales, questions posed to you over and over. And I told you at that time I wasn't going to hold you to those numbers. Some of us said we didn't really like the numbers. It was just kind of getting a feel for where you guys stand coming into a new scenario. And the reason I said that was because this isn't a test. This isn't a numbers game, not a math problem or an equation. This is most literally a life or death scenario. Soon you will have to decide whether a young 20-year-old man will spend the rest of his life in prison or whether he will be executed. Sean Gathright is not wicked. Sean Gathright is not evil. no matter how many times, no matter how many ways it could be said in the state's closing, he's not a mastermind. He's not a super coordinator or orchestrator. Apparently, he might even be a rocket scientist. The state can minimize or diminish the mitigation list that's in front of you. The state may think that something deserves weight or no weight. That doesn't matter. That decision lies with each and every one of you. The state's opinion or theory is just that. This part of the trial, as I told you in opening, is about the defendants, about Sean Gathright, and it's about each one of you. On several occasions, I heard Mr. Harmon, when he was reading some of the mitigating factors that are on there, say, you can find that mitigating, that's fine. But lucky for you, you don't need permission. You can evaluate that mitigation exactly how you feel fit. Each and every one of them. This is your decision, a personal decision, and you never, under any circumstance, have to vote for death. In the state's close, Mr. Harmon presented a very strong case for why you should find Mr. Gathright guilty. You've already done that. That part's over. Went pretty hard on Mr. Gathright and painted him out as a person who led this whole thing. We wouldn't be here without him. That's his theory, and my theory is that's done to lessen the mitigation. That was done to convince you that what you saw and what you heard from this witness stand this last week from Mr. Gathwright's mouth himself shouldn't be given the significant weight that it deserves. But what it actually did was prove that a kid with no motive, no involvement, no history in that, can get wrapped up in a culture that he has no business in. The evidence was overwhelming that Mr. Gathwright's life has, and always will have value. Mr. Gathright is a human being worth saving, even in prison. People may think, well, you're in there for life or death, does it matter? You're in there. Yes, because you heard from Mr. Bonasco all the different ways that you can be useful, not only to the state from a financial perspective, if that matters, but to other people in prison, out of prison, his family that supports him no matter what, sits in here and listens every day. You heard what a positive, optimistic person he is from friends, family, guidance counselors. He can be a light in a dark place. Hopefully he can keep making people smile. Even now, from jail, you heard that he's still asking about other people when he talks to them, trying to keep them in good spirits while he's sitting in jail. While he is facing a death sentence, he's worried about other people. That's not wicked. That's not evil. The theme from those witnesses on Mr. Gathwright's behalf was he was positive, he was funny, he was witty, he made people feel good. You heard that he was kind and respectful and well-mannered. And you don't just have to take the word of family and friends that know him and, of course, want to come in and they want to save him, they want to help him. You saw it from Mr. Gathright. That young man had the courage to get up there and face you and talk to you and try the best he could to explain his remorse, his accountability, and his worth. And when he was questioned on cross-examination and tried to get riled up, he remained respectful. That's his character. That wasn't a show. He was authentic. He was real. He was honest. He didn't get riled up. He answered every question politely, with "sir" at the end, from someone who was cross-examining him pretty harshly, and who was seeking to have you vote to take his life away. He remained respectful because that's who he is inside. That doesn't change. Now, is that the reason that you should not give somebody a death penalty? Well, that's up to you. And that's why it's your choice. But what it is, along with the other testimony you heard, is that proof that good kids, good people, privileged kids, I guess we want to call them, educated, intelligent, worldly, that those types of kids, Sean Gathright was not isolated or insulated or immune from getting wrapped up in something that he had no business in. He's an 18-year-old kid who is not immune from outside influence, curiosity. He told you himself, yes, I had a privileged life. I had people that loved me. I got to travel. I saw things. I did things. I had opportunity. And I still, after leaving that bubble, saw parts of Jacksonville, parts of a culture that I didn't know were out there. And look where he finds himself. That curiosity from that 18-year-old kid brought him right here. You know, the state said, oh, Mr. Bonasco, who testified, the prison expert, said Mr. Gathright was mature. I think everybody did. I think you can see it for yourself. He's mature. He appeared mature for his age. Well, Mr. Bonasco is basing that on a conversation at the jail for, I think it was a little over an hour. But either way, because he worked, traveled, helped support himself, cared for others, went to school, presented himself as grown, can take care of himself, that might be mature for an 18-year-old. But he's still 18. Maturity on the outside is not the same thing as being a developed adult and having life experiences, having knowledge, having street smarts. It's not the same thing. You can be well-spoken and smart and mature and still make really bad decisions. He is impressionable. He's naive. He was curious. He told you he was easily influenced. That matters. He told you himself that he was more vulnerable to influence and more likely to follow others, probably based on his lack of seeing other aspects of the culture, other aspects of Jacksonville. And we heard that it's pretty rough there. Because he was 18, he was less capable of kind of stopping and saying, wait, maybe this isn't taking me where I need to go, and seeing the end result. He doesn't have that experience or that knowledge. He told you that while he had male influences and guidance in his life, at the times that he felt it really mattered, when Brian Harrington, his stepfather, who was a great guy, divorced his mother 2020, Sean Gathright was only 15. So from 15 till he lands in jail at 18, he didn't have a steady, constant influence in his life when he needed it the most. He's not saying he didn't have anybody. He's not saying all the people that come here to support him and love him weren't really there. They were. But he's a kid. He's feeling his way through things. And it wasn't constant, and it wasn't there for him at those years. And that fact doesn't excuse any conduct. It doesn't remove accountability, but it explains how a young person with so much promise can make a catastrophic decision that could define the rest of his life. That one decision. And I told you in opening that mitigation isn't an excuse. I'm not up here to make excuses for Sean Gathright, and he wasn't making excuses for himself. He wasn't blaming anybody. It's an explanation, and it's a reason. And that's what mitigation is all about. It helps to understand what I'm sure everyone is wondering is how he got here. It's his story. He took accountability. He showed remorse. Remorse is defined as deep and painful and often long-lasting feelings of guilt, sadness or regret for past wrongdoing. Not at the moment. Most people don't feel remorse while they're doing something wrong. They feel it afterwards, and that's what you saw. That wasn't contrived. That wasn't fake. That wasn't for your benefit. It took a lot for him to get up there, and he wanted to. Accountability is obligation or the willingness, which you saw, to accept responsibility and account for one's actions, and that's exactly what he did. He was straightforward, he was composed, he was wholly authentic. And he told you, what led him there, what his curiosity did to him. And you had heard from Maurice Edwards, the state tried to say, he never, one of the mitigators was about, him, his instability or not being able to adapt. And Maurice Edwards did tell you that at a younger age, being that he had some experiences and that Sean traveled and was not as steady in a place, he has a biracial family, that he did feel some sense of instability. Where do I belong? Where do I fit in? And of course you're going to. You're traveling all over. Yes, you're seeing great things, but he's still a kid. And he admits, Mr. Gathright told you, stepped foot in the jail and immediately thought, where did my path veer? And instead of feeling sorry for himself, getting down on himself for this situation that he and nobody else that you heard from saw coming, he cracked his Bible. He told you he talked to God. And he's trying to make the best of a situation that he finds himself in. He said something that I felt was pretty profound, that he said, people are always asking God for something, praying to God to give them something or do something for them. And he thought, I can ask God what he wants from me.
That's old. Don't ask, what can God do for you?
Even
What
in
can
this
you do for?
situation,
That's old as hell. He don't get no
He
credit
can be
for
a
that.
light. He can help people. He can try and turn lives around for kids that he comes into contact with, or adults. In a dark, dark place, he sees hope. He sees a future. And I'm up here asking you to see that future for him. See the hope in him. See the redemption in him. A lot of the questions of our mitigation witnesses and then some of the state's closing was thinking, oh, he's a privileged kid, he had it all. Does that mean he's not worth saving? I would submit to you that it's the absolute opposite. There's a long list of mitigating factors that you'll have in your instructions, and the state went over a lot of them. I think there's 32 for Mr. Gathright. I'm not going to read them all to you right now. But you'll have them when you deliberate. And it's a long list for a reason. It's a long list because in his short 20 years, 18 when this happened, he really made an impression on this world. So it's a long list. Imagine what he could have done if he had more than 18 years. And remember, that's just a list that we're providing you. Mitigation can be absolutely anything that you want. Anything you heard in the first phase, anything you heard in this phase, or just because you don't think that this young man deserves to die. The law says that you can find those aggravators that the state proved to you in the first phase, reminded you of yesterday. You can find that those were proven. You can find that they outweigh the mitigators, and you never have to sentence someone to death. The death penalty in this phase is not whether to punish, but how. It's not about whether Mr. Gathright will die in prison, but about when and by what means. Natural causes are at the hands of the government. The death penalty is not appropriate in this case.
Was the death penalty
Mr.
appropriate
Gathright
for
does
Foolio?
not deserve the death penalty. This is the only time you have to make this decision. You can't change it tomorrow. You can't change it next week. This is it. A vote for life does not excuse any criminal behavior. It's not an excuse. It doesn't excuse responsibility for a crime. A vote for life doesn't diminish the life of Charles Jones or the loss to his family or his loved ones. A vote for life in this case is the just decision. It's the right decision for Mr. Gathright. Do not define Sean Gathright by the worst decision, the worst moment of his life. Sean Gathright is a son who's worth saving. He's a friend worth saving. He's a nephew worth saving.
They showed the uncle face after he asked not to be seen on the stand. They're going to show a picture of the nigga.
He's a grandson that's worth saving.
He look like K Shorty right there, didn't he?
He's a baby brother worth saving. He's an uncle.
Oh, they tried to do it right there. They tried. Well, they trying it with the baby.
I'm asking you to do
Is
just
he
that.
sad? Or he don't give a fuck?
Thank you.
Oh, he don't give a fuck.
All right, thank you, Mr. Petridis, on behalf of Isaiah Chance.
That's it?
Please, the court. I want to thank you again. You're going to get a lot of thank yous today, and they're well
15
deserved.
minutes?
We are at the end of your service, but as I said in my opening, we are also probably at the most difficult part of your service, and we all understand that. I want to start by saying justice will be served. Isaiah Chance will spend the rest of his life in prison, punished away from society. All we are asking is that you spare his life. Death is never required. The death penalty exists for the worst of the worst. We submit that Isaiah Chance is not that. As I said, he will pay for this crime every day for the rest of his life. We are asking you to let him have that life. This is going to be a conversation about life, a request on behalf of a young man and his family, Isaiah Chance, someone from Jacksonville, lived with his mother, who sat in his grandmother's lap, who called his father all the time, went to Atlanta to be with his grandparents. A man with 3 children. That's who you are deciding about today.
4 more lights. Get the lights up, please.
A man who spent every day of his life working harder than those around him, just trying to keep up and working harder to make it seem like he wasn't doing that. You heard from 6 people and a doctor, 6 people who love him and a doctor from that chair, and they told you who he is. They're asking for you to believe them and to listen to them. The law gives you this phase of the trial for a reason. You have decided guilt. We are past that. It asks you to decide who Isaiah Chance is and who he is and how he got to be that if he's worth saving. As Ms. Finkelstein said, mitigation does not excuse. Mitigation explains. I'm asking you to look at Isaiah Chance, a full human being, and decide whether death is appropriate, if death is the answer. And death, we would argue, is never necessary. You heard from his entire family during the penalty phase, and like I said, a doctor. 7 different witnesses from 7 somewhat different vantage points, but all told you essentially the same thing. From Victoria Gray, she described his mother She described him as quiet, gentle, close with his family, never violent. Someone who really didn't want to play football, who had goals. He wanted to be a merchant seaman, an entrepreneur. He was trying to build something. She told you him and his entire family had hobbies, I think she said martial arts, that they would do together because they loved each other and they genuinely wanted and loved to be around each other. Think about her, what it takes to raise 6 children, not on her own, but in large part on her own, in Jacksonville, and each one of them know that they are loved. Isaiah Chance clearly knew he was loved by his mother. He told you that himself through his interviews with the doctors. He told you that by how he acted with his father, how he acted with his grandparents, how he acted with his children. He got that from his mother. She gave that to him. It didn't come from nowhere. You heard from Isaiah Chance Sr., a United States Marine, who after serving came back to Jacksonville, who after getting divorced from his mother stayed in his child's life, stayed in Isaiah Chance's life. When he would help him with his schoolwork, he saw him struggling. And he said, hey, you know, that reminded him of himself. You're like me. I struggled. Keep going. I see you. Not an excuse, but just, I see you work. I see you working. He told you something else. He said that Isaiah called him all the time. And every time he hung up the phone, he said the same thing beforehand. He said, I love you, to his dad. Every single time. Something so ingrained, it was subconscious or subconscious, but he said it. No one's listening when you're talking to your father on the phone. It's not performative. It's just something you do. And he decided at some point, like I said, maybe subconsciously, that every time he talked to his dad, he wanted to let his dad know that he loved him. That is not something, again, that he decided to do performatively. That just shows you that's him as a son. Heard from his grandmother, Elizabeth Jordan, Nana, I think she said. She said he used to sit in her lap when he was a baby, and if he could, he would do it today. She told you that her and Papa used to take the grandchildren on vacation and take them to church. They were there for the grandchildren, and when they needed Isaiah, he was there for them. She told you when Papa was sick, he was, I believe, 7 days he was in a coma. Isaiah Chance didn't call and see how he was doing. He didn't text and see how he was doing. He showed up. He stayed at the hospital until he woke up. And then when they needed someone, when Papa wanted to go home to be with his wife in Atlanta, she couldn't care for him on his own, they called Isaiah Chance. And he showed up time after time. I think it's, like a 5-hour drive from Jacksonville to Atlanta? And he made it over and over again for years to be with his grandparents, to help take his 260-pound grandfather out of bed when his grandmother couldn't. When he was 19, 20, and 21. When most kids are thinking only about themselves, Isaiah Chance realized that when family calls, you show up. And he did that. I think that's an important part of Isaiah Chance and who he is. Someone with value. And I ask you to remember that as you deliberate. You heard from Michelle Smith, his godmother. Knew him, she said, before he was born. Had a good relationship with him. And she said she would always tell him the truth. That's the AC kicking on, thankfully. She supported.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It sounds like the AC has kicked on, and so Mr. Petraeus, just if you could try.
Yeah.
Just because now it sounds like a windstorm over there. So.
It's a good thing, though.
Yes, it is a good thing.
You heard from Nashawn Nix, his former stepfather, his mentor. And he was someone I thought was a very important witness. He's not blood related to Isaiah Chance or his mother, obviously. Didn't have to be here. He was in Isaiah's life from 7 to 12, so a little while ago. And he built an organization whose entire purpose was identifying young men who can be reached and investing in them. And he saw many that couldn't be reached. And he showed up here. He told you when he was with Isaiah, he noticed things. He would go to school meetings. He would talk to him after school. He would talk to his guidance counselor. He noticed things the family saw as well. He was pushing for tutoring, for structure, and for support. And years later, after he was out of Isaiah's life, no longer with his mother, Isaiah Chance needed a letter of recommendation to be a merchant seaman. And he went to Mr. Nix. And Mr. Nix saw something in Isaiah Chance, and he put his reputation on the line, and he wrote that letter of recommendation for him. That's not obligation, that is not sentiment. It's a man who spent his career learning to see who people are, and he saw something in Isaiah Chance, and we're asking that you see the same thing. You heard from Miss Wade, She's known him from about when he was 16 years old to when he was becoming an adult. She said when she needed someone to house sit, when she needed someone to pet sit, and anyone who knows pets knows that that's a serious obligation, someone to let someone else watch their pet, she called Isaiah Chance. She never had any issues. She never had any trust issues. He did it every time. That's not someone you let do that unless you genuinely trust that nothing will happen. And she told you he would talk to her about his plans for life, specific plans, his goals, what he wanted to accomplish. And she plans to stay in touch with him while he's in prison. Tells you everything about what kind of person inspires that kind of loyalty. 6 witnesses, 6 different relationships, telling you 6 different years of Isaiah Chance's life, different eras, all telling you the same thing. He was quiet, respectful, gentle, loving, nonviolent. A young man who needed a little more structure than the world gives to most people. Then there's the science. Dr. Tracy Hardig, forensic psychologist. She spent hours with Isaiah Chance. She did actual IQ and academic testing. She reviewed school records going back to when he was in preschool. But before that, let's talk about what she said when she noticed him. He was quiet. He was mild-mannered. He wanted to be there. He wanted to do the test. He was not depressed. And he kept saying the same thing essentially throughout the testing. I'm smart. I know I didn't do great in school, but he wanted to impress her. And he used some big words, and I would say he used some correctly and some incorrectly, like he did with Dr. Warner. He got a full-scale IQ of 71. That's what she got through the testing. At age 22, he reads at a 5th grade level. His math is at a 3rd grade level. The things that a lot of us take for granted in life that we get through life are genuinely harder for Isaiah Chance. Not impossible, just harder. She reviewed his Duval County school records, which I believe Dr. Werner glossed over. He had 3 tests done in school, and they all said the same thing at ages 4, at ages 10, and ages 12. 3 different other evaluators, independent. At age 4, said he had issues with speaking, and we heard from multiple of his witnesses telling you that he was nonverbal at that time. So corroboration. At age 10, he got the same score as Dr. Hardig got, corroboration. And at age 12, he was even a little bit lower, again. And then he's removed from that school. People with IQs in this range are not unintelligent. They can form relationships, they can have jobs. And we're not asking you to weigh his IQ as an excuse, but just as context, something you can weigh when you're back there deliberating on mitigation. She also diagnosed ADHD, and the clinical observations you saw from school showed the same thing. Off task over 30% of the time, way more than his classmates, and it was never treated. The state talked about a co-defendant not having IQ tests because they didn't provide corroboration, and they talked about that as a bad thing. Well, we have corroboration from 3 IQ tests, and they don't want you to look at that, and I'm asking you to look at those IQ tests that corroborate Dr. Hardig's and go against what Dr. Warner said. And the last thing I want to say about Dr. Warner is she said that she trusted the testing that was done in school, trusted the testing that Dr. Hardig did, trusted and agreed with the results of both, but disagreed with the diagnosis, which is based on the results. And I would say that doesn't follow. We also heard that he could be vulnerable in the wrong environment. He has a lifelong need to belong, and that's a human, that's a character. It's not a character flaw. It's just a human need. But I want to talk about what the right environment looked like. That looked like what Mr. Nix provided. When Mr. Nix was there, when he provided structure, when someone was paying attention, made real progress. Isaiah made real progress. It tells you something. Isaiah Chance is not someone who's beyond reach. He's someone who does better when someone is paying attention. We're not here to ask you to believe that he will never struggle again. We're asking you to believe that struggle will be worth it, that he has value, that it matters, that he is not what happened in the worst moments of his life. Now, the state pointed to the aggravators. They spent a lot of time on the aggravators, and we're not here to minimize what happened, not at all. We're not here to argue those either. We're here to talk about this young man, him as a human being, about things that make his life worth saving. We're here to tell you we believe the mitigators outweigh the aggravators. Like Ms. Finkelstein said, you're going to get a list of the mitigators. I'm not going to go through all of them. I do want to go through a few of them. And you give whatever weight you believe to these mitigators. Isaiah Chance has no significant history of prior criminal activity. You heard from his mom and his dad, no arrests, nothing. His age at the time of the crime, he was 21 years old at the time of this crime. He was a young man. Like I said, he suffers from borderline intellectual disability and untreated ADHD. This loving relationship with his children, which I'll get into in a little bit. This loving relationship that you heard from his family and friends that goes both ways. Isaiah Chance did not carry, use, or threaten to use a firearm during the commission of this offense. Let me be clear, this in no way lessens his guilt. But it is a fact that you can consider when you're back there, that he did not have a firearm during this offense. And again, there's the catch-all. Anything else you heard from any witnesses on that stand that you saw, that you believe is a mitigator, you can use. Isaiah Chance is a son, a brother, a grandson, and father whose life has meaning to others. His children, Kabri, Kylan, and Amiri. His mom told you he was a great father. He wanted to be involved with his kids. Miss Wade told you he was always calling her, asking her for advice. He wanted to be involved. He was present. He was trying to be a good father. He was 21 years old with 3 kids, actively seeking out guidance to be a better father. That is not the behavior of someone who doesn't care. That is behavior of a young man who understood that fatherhood mattered and was trying imperfectly to rise to it. He cherishes fatherhood and has a great relationship with his 3 children. That is not nothing. For a 21-year-old who may have some limitations, trying to figure out how to be present for 3 children, that effort means something. It tells you something about who he is when the stakes are personal. He showed up for his children, just like he showed up for his grandparents. It's not a legal argument. It's a fact about what it means to be human. His kids are growing up right now. One day they will be old enough to know their father, to write him a letter, to ask him a question only he can answer. And he will be in prison. But a father can still be a father behind bars. A letter, a phone call, a presence. We are simply asking for you to leave that door open. 7 people testified in the penalty phase. 6 who have known him parts or all of his life, and a doctor. Dr. Hardy told you the clinical side. People like Isaiah are a little more vulnerable. They want to belong. They want to follow because it's safer than the alternative. He spent his entire life working harder than other people, failing and trying again. He put his family first and truly sacrificed on multiple occasions when it mattered. He sat in church with Nana and Mr. Nix and talked about God and life. He was a great brother and a great and attentive father. He's someone's son, someone's grandson, someone's father. He's a human being with limitations and with love. You heard about the continued support he will get while in prison. On behalf of his mother, who raised him with structure and love, his father, who was there for his son and still wants to be there for his son, Elizabeth Jordan, who sat in her lap his entire life, and Nashawn Nix, a man who owes him nothing but showed up here to tell you that he loves him, and he better know that he still loves him. We are asking you to spare his life. The family did not need to come here. They chose to. They sat in the witness chair knowing everything that you know, and they want to tell you that this person is not beyond saving. They're not in denial. They know what happened. They still came here and they're still asking. That says something about Isaiah Chance that no test score or school record can fully capture. It tells you the people who know him best, who have seen every version of him, have decided he's worth fighting for. And we are asking you to agree with them. The death penalty is reserved for the worst of the worst. And we would argue that Isaiah Chance and the facts of this case do not meet that criteria. He's not the kind of person for whom there's no threat of redemption or no evident conscience that the death penalty was designed for. Death is never required. Again, as I say in my opening, the law favors life because it always gives you the opportunity to give mercy. We are asking you to consider that a person can do something unforgivable and still not be beyond the reach of mercy. Isaiah Chance will spend the rest of his life in prison. He will carry what happened to him every day. We are not asking for you to forgive what happened. We are not asking you to forget it, minimize it, or look away. We are asking you to look at the full human being, everything I've talked about and everything you've heard from the stand, and decide that death is not the answer. Justice will be served. He will spend his life in prison. Today's the last day he's going to wear street clothes. Last time we'll put a suit on. Mercy does not mean forgetting. Mercy means choosing deliberately and with full knowledge what you know to let someone live. The law gives you that option, gives you the option for a reason. We are asking that you use it. We are asking that you spare Isaiah Chance's life. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Ms. Toomey, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
Good morning. Davion Murphy was born January 10th, 1997. A blank canvas, wide-eyed to the world, not knowing his limitations, not knowing good from bad. But children learn what they see every day. When children learn criticism, they learn to condemn. When they learn hostility and violence, they become violent and fight. When children live with instability, they become unstable. Now, as I told you in my opening, Florida has no parole. There's no gain time. As Davion Murphy sits there now, and all of these other defendants, they will be given life in prison. The only question for you is when he dies, either by natural causes or by execution. That's the only decision that is left to make. And this is probably the most important decision that you will make in your life. The fate of another human being is in your hands. I want to pose a question to you, and that is, what good comes from executing Davion Murphy? It seems like a simple question. It's not so simple. I think it was Gandhi that said, an eye for an eye eventually leaves everyone blind. There is no need to execute Davion Murphy. Life in prison, a life, along with thinking about this every single day. Perhaps even maybe walking down the same hallway as his father, stomping the same concrete in those hallways in the Florida Department of Corrections as his father, his uncle, his younger brother that testified, his blood cousin, Rashad Murphy. A vote of death will only be the next statistic in this gang war that started in Jacksonville. It'll be just another statistic. And what comes from executing another human being? Nothing comes from it. It's not going to bring Charles Jones back.
Wrong thing to say. Oh,
It's not
my
going to
God.
change the events that occurred on June 23rd of 2023. It simply perpetuates the violence that started long, long ago, not here in Hillsborough County, but in Jacksonville. As you heard from the state's witnesses, the detectives, the gang detectives, so much violence so in these gangs that they have detectives that are given certain gangs to follow. That's what Davion Murphy grew up in. He grew up in East Jacksonville. Davion Murphy wasn't born into a life of privilege and opportunity. He was born into violence and instability. What chance did he have? And folks, I'm not offering you an excuse for these events or what happened. It's tragic. I'm simply offering you context of the facts. Context. Davion Murphy was 12 years old when his father, who suffered from schizophrenia, was given life in prison for murder, along with his uncle, his parental uncle, who also was given 50 years in prison for murder.
Like the video, guys, like the
And he
video.
was 12 years old. His father was gone, absent from his life. And you heard from his youngest brother, Adam Gooden, his youngest brother, who broke down in front of you all. Well, they grew up in the same environment. They had the same mother. They had different fathers. But if you recall, Adam Gooden also told you that his father was incarcerated in prison. This is a generational violence, instability, insecurity that these men grew up in. When I say these men, I mean Davion and his cousin. And you got to see this firsthand through the state's witnesses, their detectives, as well as through the individuals that testified on Davion's behalf.
What more
Take
likes?
a technically, intellectually disabled child with learning disabilities, throw him into the violence and crime in the streets of Jacksonville. What happens? They look for comfort. They look for a father figure. What becomes the father figure for them? The streets, the gangs. Now, as you saw, not only did Dr. Eisenstein, and we'll get to that in a moment, but Dr. Eisenstein testified that he was borderline intellectually disabled. They had long ago indicated that Davion Murphy had a mental disability. He was in special classes, he was in IEP classes, he had to repeat various grades, and he also suffered traumatic brain injury from all the various events that occurred in his life. Multiple motor vehicle accidents, fights, falling off a golf cart, or running a golf cart into a tree.
That make you kill somebody? Run the lights up, guys. Run the
And
lights
folks,
up,
these
please.
scans, these images weren't done because he was found guilty. The state knows better than that.
Judge, objection, that's an improper statement. It's a misstatement of the law, and that's improper.
Objection to y'all not hitting them likes. Run the lights
These
up.
scans were done to show you that Davion Murphy suffers brain damage. What does Dr. Rubino have to come in here to risk his medical license to say, and you saw the scans, and you could take it back if you want to look at them, to say that he suffers from brain damage? And the state had its radiologist, a diagnostic radiologist, of whom I respect, Dr. Glickstein, I respect, but he doesn't have the knowledge and the upkeep of the new technologies. He wasn't able to, he hasn't seen a We said, I think it was like once an MRI, DTI, which is commonly done in these radiology facilities. Why would a neuropsychologist recommend scans that a neurologist send to a radiology facility that then conducts the scans and gets those images, perform those? It's a big liability there. I suggest to you that he does have brain damage.
I suggest you guys hit the
You
like
can
button.
watch the interrogation video yourself. That's demonstrative evidence of the state of mind of Davion Murphy
I see demonstrative evidence y'all didn't hit the like. It's only 46. Let's go. Run the
and
lights
his
up.
intellect. Now let's talk about a little bit about mitigation.
Let's talk a little bit about these likes not going up. What y'all doing?
As you've
Want
heard,
me to
it's
shut up?
not
Run
a
the lights
numbers
up.
game. It's not a calculation. It's not who's got more mitigation. It's about the weight and the significance of that mitigation. I'm not going to address the aggravating factors. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to insult anyone.
Thank you. I see him going
But
up. Let's
the
continue. I'll be
mitigation that was
quiet.
presented on behalf of Davion Murphy is substantial and is great, and it deserves great weight. And you also have to remember that the mitigating circumstances have to be proven, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but by a preponderance of the evidence. I submit to you that Dr. Eisenstein, who met with Davion Murphy 7 times in person over the course of 6 months for over 20 hours,
She don't even know what to say.
has a better idea, a better understanding of what Davion Murphy is about, not Dr. Warner, who met with him by Zoom for 80 minutes. And then when asked by the state about why she had such limited time, was because the jail only gave her 3 hours or something like that. Well, if you only had 3 hours, then say you need enough time. You didn't have enough time. You can't render a proper diagnosis or render an opinion because you didn't have enough time. Dr. Eisenstein had enough time. He took the time to know Davion Murphy, went through his records, his medical records. And why did we not provide Dr. Eisenstein with police reports, videotape interrogation, videos and such? Because we wanted to make sure that there was no bias, that Dr. Eisenstein met with Davion Murphy, without any bias in his mind. That's why.
Is she cooking? Is she saving this man's life? She doing good
I
enough?
suggest to you that Davion Murphy's life is worthy. Davion Murphy is worthy. That he is redeemable. That he's made a grievous mistake. And that he should be punished. He will be punished. He's being punished every day. And he will be punished every day for the rest of his life. There's no doubt. But it's your job to look at him as an individual, all of these defendants as individuals, and not compare one to the other, but look at each of them as an individual person, and then decide whether the mitigation, which has a lower burden, and rightfully so, has been proven and substantially or outweighs the aggravation in this case. It has to make the crime more grievous. It doesn't. Life is the appropriate sentence. There's nothing that a death sentence is going to do. in this case. So the mitigators that you have on behalf of Davion Murphy is the capacity of Davion Murphy to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law. That's one. He's got 13, but once again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you've got 50 or if you've got 100 and it's not a numbers game. It's not who's got more or who's got more aggravators versus mitigators. The second one, the capital felony was committed while Davion Murphy was under the influence of extreme mental and emotional disturbance. That's where Dr. Eisenstein comes in. That's where Dr. Rubino comes in with their testimony. The age of Davion Murphy. He was 27, but when you consider the testimony of Dr. Eisenstein, the age of the person on the outside isn't necessarily the age of the person on the inside. Davion Murphy suffers from traumatic brain injury. Yes, Dr. Rubino testified that he did. And doctors, they disagree. They do disagree. You have to decide who you believe. And once again, we don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these mitigators exist. Just a preponderance of the evidence, greater weight of the evidence.
2 more likes to get us to 70, guys. Run it up, please.
Davion Murphy is in the borderline range of intellectual disability. Let's talk about Dr. Warner for a minute. She indicated that he was low average, I think is what she testified to. But she's not, doesn't have the ability to do any psychological testing, didn't do an IQ test, didn't do really basically anything. She did a mental status examination of Davion Murphy. That was not rebutted, wasn't disproved. Davion Murphy did not have a stable role model in his life. No, he did not. Neither did his younger brother. Davion Murphy's father was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Yes, you heard from Winston Murphy, who was very reluctant to testify, but yes, that was his brother, and he testified that his brother, who is Davion Murphy's father, was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Davion Murphy's father was incarcerated for life when Davion Murphy was 12 years old. Yes. Davion Murphy took on a parental role for his younger siblings. Yes, because he had to. Adam Gooden testified that he had to sell, or they would sell a PlayStation or something like that to get food. Davion Murphy is loved by his family. Yes, yes he is. And then the existence of anything else. That means that mitigation to you can be anything else that you decide it to be. You get to decide. Maybe it's something I didn't say or wasn't presented to you. Maybe it's something that just because you think life is more appropriate than death, than execution. Because this vote is individual to each one of you. It's an individual moral judgment that each one of you have. Yes, you have to go back and discuss the evidence and things, but it's your vote. It's not anyone's vote, and don't let anyone else try and convince you of what your vote should be when you go back there. It's your decision. Folks, gang violence tears apart families, neighborhoods, and futures. And that's exactly what it did with all these families, Charles Jones' family. The death penalty only guarantees that suffering and that violence continues. Life in prison for Davion is a just punishment. It removes him from society. And we can be tough on crime without the death penalty and just giving him life in prison. Now, this is the verdict form. And once again, just like in the guilt phase, excuse me, just like in the guilt phase, just because you didn't hear from Davion Murphy, like you heard from Sean Gathright in the penalty phase, doesn't mean you can hold that against him. He's got the right to remain silent, and you cannot use that against him.
Oh, my
Remind you,
God. This
or
ain't
any of
helping,
the
lady.
defendants that did not testify in the penalty phase.
This isn't helping, lady.
But here's the verdict form. It's 3 pages long, but on that second page is where it has jury recommendation. And you might think, well, it's just a recommendation. It is, but your recommendation will be given great weight by the court. So when you vote, it's going to be the vote. It's going to be the deciding factor as to what these individuals get, life or death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Fewer than 8. That means 7 of you can vote for death, 5 of you can vote for life, and they would get life. I submit to you that you really don't need to even get there, folks.
I
Because
don't
you
want
can
that
just
decision.
go right to the bottom and find that Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Oh, she just cooked. Hold on.
That is a just punishment in this case. This is not the most aggravated of murders and the least mitigated. What good would it do to execute an intellectually challenged, brain damaged 29-year-old male
Now you messing it
who's
up.
grown up on the streets of Jacksonville just trying to survive the gangs and the violence? He lived and did what he saw every single day.
She did the mic drop with the
He's going
X.
to be punished enough.
X next to let him serve life should have been the mic drop. Her saying more
You can tell
ruined.
Davion Murphy that he did a terrible thing. This is terrible. It's tragic.
No.
But you can also tell him that he's redeemable and he has worth with a vote for life. Thank you.
Can't say redeemable. You just said he's
Of Rashad Murphy.
I think the mic drop should have been when she put the paper up there and she made the decision with the X. That should have been it.
Yes.
Counsel.
Mic drop moment. 2 more likes to get us to 80, guys. Let's go. I see the haters in the chat. I love y'all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin again by thanking you very much for your service, your attentive service.
It's not about fashion,
in this
brother.
case.
What are you
As
discussing?
you know, I am speaking on behalf of Rashad Murphy.
Have a good one, brother.
I cannot imagine an attorney having a more overwhelming responsibility than advocating for a man's life. And here we are. As we go through the evidence that was presented and the mitigating circumstances that have been proposed, I want to make sure that there is no attempt to misstate. If I say something, I've got notes, you have your notes. If I say something that you remember differently, please rely on your notes and your collective memories. You've heard it several times during this case, and I'll go briefly through it. Your recommendation is extremely important. It carries great weight. The judge has to give it great weight. And the mitigating circumstances that have been proposed by Rashad Murphy and the other defendants only have to be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. If you believe that it more than likely exists, you can consider it and give it the weight that you decide it deserves. And those mitigating circumstances can be facts about the case, or it can be facts related to Rashad Murphy as a person, as a human being, such as the mental issues that have been presented, his childhood, his history, his accomplishments. It can also be your personal observations of Mr. Murphy's behavior during the last 6 weeks, as you've had a chance to observe him for 6 consecutive weeks. And your vote, although you deliberate, each vote is individual. And although there is a weighing process, you ultimately are being asked to decide what is the appropriate vote, either a life recommendation without the possibility of parole or death. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing that I am saying during my closing arguments is designed to in any way minimize the tragedy for Charles Jones and his family. Death resulted regardless of the details. His family, the family of Mr. Jones, grieves regardless of the details. All that is a given before your analysis in this penalty phase begins. And the same principle applies to the crime of murder. All murders involve some level of violence, some less, some more, but they all involve some level of violence. All first-degree murders involve either premeditation or while committing a serious crime such as robbery or rape. Nevertheless, and that's why we're here, nevertheless, not all first-degree murders warrant the death penalty. And I submit to you that in the case of Rashad Murphy, the death penalty is not warranted. But we need an analysis of the facts of the case, but also of the person who Rashad Murphy is. You heard from several family members. You heard from his fiancée, Charmaine Staker, and the mother, his fiancée, that they've known each other for, I believe, 15 or more years, and the mother of his 4 children. You also heard from 2 of his aunts, Hazel Dickerson and Jamila Murphy, as well as his uncle who's in prison, who testified here as well, Winston Murphy. They all made it clear to you that they love him very much and that he has a lot of redeeming qualities. They all confirmed, in one way or the other, they all confirmed Mr. Murphy's difficult childhood, his personal history, being an excellent father and brother to his siblings. They all had some knowledge, some more, some less, of the physical and emotional abuse that Rashad Murphy suffered growing up, that he witnessed gun violence and lived in a high crime area, that he was raising 6 children when he was arrested in this case, his 4 children and 2 of his younger siblings. Despite working and having a limited income, he was raising 6 children. You heard that he was consistently employed, and that you also heard from Ms. Steger, his aunts, that they would continue to have contact with Mr. Murphy and visit him in prison as he would be serving if he ultimately gets a life sentence without the possibility of parole. And with something that Mr. Harmon said yesterday, I want to make it clear, and I think you would agree. The fact that he has some loving family members, such as his fiance, but going back to his childhood, having 2 loving aunts, does not in any way erase the extremely difficult childhood that he had without a father and with a mother with a serious drug problem, and obviously he was taken out of the family home and placed into foster care because of that. You also heard from Dr. Collins, a licensed psychologist. He testified and has previously testified as an expert in neuropsychology. He was appointed by the court and paid by the state of Florida. He was asked by me to evaluate the defendant, Mr. Murphy, and possibly testify in this case, which he did, obviously. Before he testified, he was provided reports, not everything in the case, but provided records to review. Some about the case itself, so that he would have a sufficient amount to become familiar with the facts of the case and the evidence in the case. But also about the defendant, before he even sees the defendant at the jail, things that would give him knowledge of the defendant as a person, his background, his childhood history, his mental history, jail records, because by that time he's been in jail on this case for a period of time. And then he has contact with the defendant on 2 occasions. I believe his testimony that he ultimately spent a total of 7 hours with Mr. Murphy. Part of that contact is to interview him, just chit-chat, have a conversation with him. And the purpose of that is to get to know him, to find out, to determine whether he is going to be cooperative, and whether he is going to provide truthful information, because whatever he says can be compared to records that he's had a chance to review. And then part of that time is to conduct psychological testing, standard accepted test to analyze and diagnose. Dr. Collins testified, and none of this really is being refuted by the state. He was cooperative. There were tests done to find out if he was in any way faking and malingering. That was not the case. He was definitely cooperative and not malingering. The important thing, or at least one of the important things, is that the interview, the testing, and the records that were reviewed by Dr. Collins were all consistent, clearly indicating that Mr. Murphy was being truthful regarding his self-reporting about his childhood, about his background, about his history, and about his mental state. Dr. Collins testified that Rashad Murphy suffers from anxiety and depression stemming from childhood trauma that would be intensified throughout his adulthood. That Rashad Murphy, was physically and emotionally abused by his father, by his stepfather, and in the foster home. And that his mother suffered from severe drug addiction and ultimately died, where leaving Mr. Murphy with having to, by this time he's of course out of the foster home, and having to take care of his younger siblings. He confirmed, Dr. Collins confirmed, that drugs and violence were common in his community, in the community that Rashad Murphy grew up in when he was not in foster home. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying not to be repetitious, but the fact is that Rashad Murphy was born into violence and suffered a lot of abuse and neglect. He was removed from his father's care by the state when he was a small child. And all of this is confirmed by Dr. Collins, not just talking to Rashad Murphy, but looking at all the records. And then, as I said a minute ago, is that back after, I think it was 2018, when his mother died, he adopted his younger siblings. He was employed, but obviously a limited income, trying to not only financially support his fiancée, his 4 children, but also his 2 younger siblings. Dr. Collins also confirmed other records, and of course you heard from Ms. Steger, that he had a loving relationship with his childhood sweetheart and mother of his 4 children, that he was an excellent father, hard worker throughout his adulthood. The diagnosis by Dr. Collins is that Mr. Murphy suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. And as you know, it's a mental condition triggered by experiencing and or witnessing terrifying events. And it disrupts daily life. It affects his judgment, his decision-making as an adult. And it goes back to his childhood. Once someone has PTSD, it doesn't magically go away. It can be treated with psychotherapy and medication, but his condition is always there and does not go away, and it relates back to his childhood. And again, I should point out that, and I'll get to it in a minute, that Mr. Harmon, in cross-examination, I think, tried to discount it somewhat, but there was never anything presented by the state refuting this diagnosis. There was also the fact that his father, Rashad's father, had mental problems. That was documented. And also that Mr. Murphy's condition was noted in the jail records by state doctors before Dr. Collins even got involved. So you have corroboration that is and not disputed by the state, discounted, but not disputed. There's no expert saying otherwise. You also, through the testimony of Dr. Collins, you heard that several examples of Mr. Rashad Murphy trying to help himself, better himself as a person while in prison. Ladies and gentlemen, that evidence has more than one indication. I suggest to you that it does show that he's trying to better himself as a person, but it also shows that it's indicative of him not being a troublemaker, adapting to prison life, following strict rules and regulations, that if he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, he would not be a problem, a troublemaker in prison. He's been in jail 2 years without any problems. And as I said, trying to better himself, you have the exhibits that you can look at when you go back to deliberate. There were 3 composite exhibits presented to you. One is Defense Exhibit 1 dealt with education. He got his GED while in prison, while in jail, not prison. He got his GED while incarcerated on this case. He also, there's a series. Defense Exhibit number 2 has a several, I forget how many, 8 or 9 attached to that exhibit about different religious certificates and classes that he's attended, different religions, just showing religious awareness. But it also was presented during the testimony that he not only has been taking these classes, he has been teaching some of these classes to other inmates. He serves as a mentor in jail. I keep saying, I don't mean to say prison, Hillsborough County Jail. And then defense exhibit number 3 is a composite of certificates dealing generally with self-help, parenting classes, dealing with Alcoholics Anonymous, emotional regulation, things of that nature. And ladies and gentlemen, I think what I'm saying, it feels it's too obvious to mention. None of this testimony and exhibits are offered as legal defenses or excuses for the homicide. But as you know, all first-degree murders are inexcusable. But they certainly are offered as valid mitigating circumstances, showing that the defendant, Rashad Murphy, has many redeeming values, showing that a life recommendation is appropriate. The court, when we get to part of the instructions, when we get to specifically Rashad Murphy, the defense is offered to you a series of proposed mitigating circumstances, and that they will be read to you. One of them, and I think there's a couple that have to do with the fact that he has no prior criminal history, and we'll talk about that in a minute. No prior felony convictions. There's also a couple, they're kind of interchangeable, that Rashad Murphy, his age at the time of the offense, he was only 30 years old when the homicide occurred. There's no dispute of this. It's there for your consideration. The state never is not disputing it. It was stipulated to. Another proposed mitigator is Rashad Murphy has a history of physical and emotional abuse as a child consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. You heard from Dr. Collins. You heard from the record from the jail doctors. I think there's certainly corroboration of that, and again, something that has not been refuted by the state. You will also hear that Rashad Murphy has maintained a loving relationship with family and friends while incarcerated. And again, you heard that from the fiancee, Ms. Steger, his uncle, and his aunts. Another proposed mitigator is that Rashad Murphy has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. In fact, you heard testimony that he was religious before, but certainly the exhibits and his family's testimony corroborate that. Also, Rashad Murphy helped raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide family support. Certainly that was corroborated by the records and by the testimony of his family. And the same thing with the next one, which is Rashad Murphy as a minor was removed from his primary home and placed into foster care due to negligent and abusive situations in the primary home. Also, Rashad Murphy has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. And again, that's corroborated not just by the exhibits and the records. He has been no problem whatsoever while he's been incarcerated. And that's an indication of what type of prisoner he would be if he is sent to prison for life. You also are being told the existence of any other factors in Rashad Murphy's character, background, or life or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death sentence. And we'll get to, I will touch base on some of these mitigators, but if there's something I forgot, something that you believe in your observations or hearing, please rely on that as well. Now let's go back to some of these. His age, which is two of the proposed mitigating circumstances. He was 30 years old at the time of the homicide. He's presently 32 years of age. To some extent, I would suggest that that age is an interesting number. He's still a young man. He's still a young man. He was only 30 at the time of the offense. And it certainly, that alone is offered as a significant mitigating circumstance.
How many times you going to tell us he was 30? Run the lights.
However, it also is old enough to have established a pattern, good or bad. It's certainly at the age of 30, you've been an adult for 12 years. It's certainly old enough to have become a career offender. But here we have no felony convictions whatsoever. So here we have 12 years of adulthood to look at, and we have a good pattern. With his background and an environment, with the violence surrounding him, with the abuse inflicted on him, I suggest to you that it's extraordinary that he made it to the age of 30 with no criminal history. Let's go back a minute to the PTSD. As I said before, the state is not refusing the mental condition. No state doctor testified saying, refuting the opinion of Dr. Collins. I think it's fair to say that the state is suggesting that, considering everything, it's not important because you found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. And as I said before, it's not offered as a defense, but it is presented to you as a significant mitigating circumstance for your consideration. And I think it's somewhat disingenuous for the state in their cross-examination to imply that the defendant's mental condition is normal for someone who's incarcerated. Of course, being in jail, getting arrested, got to be stressful. But that's not what we have here. The defendant's childhood is not normal. Getting abused by his father and stepfather is not normal, ladies and gentlemen. Growing up in the violent environment is not normal. Being abused at the foster home is not normal. Neglect due to his mother's addiction is not normal.
Shit.
Touching back briefly on his behavior while he's been in jail on this case. And as I said, it shows that he knows he's not he doesn't cause trouble at the jail. But I think it should be emphasized that he can be, in addition to having contact with his family, he can be a positive influence on other prisoners. He's been teaching Bible classes. He can mentor other inmates now in jail and later in prison.
Masking up and going on
and
the
as
drill.
I said,
it's not normal.
As you've heard testimony, the evidence has shown and his behavior has shown that he would continue to be able to maintain a living relationship with his family and friends while in prison. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all first-degree murders are not the same. That's just the bottom line. and that's a decision, a vote that you have to consider. The facts and circumstances are always different. All defendants convicted of first-degree murder are not the same. And, of course, as a corollary to that, not all first-degree murders warrant a death sentence. I suggest to you that the death sentence should be reserved for the worst cases.
Murder ain't the worst case.
All murders involve the death of a human being. All murders involve some level of violence. But here we don't have any torture. We don't have multiple deaths. Here we don't have separate incidents. It was all one event, a terrible event. I mean, there's no way to describe it otherwise. A terrible event, but only one contemporaneous event.
These lawyers are not cooking.
You determined justice. You determined justice was served with your verdict. As you've been told more than once, Rashad Murphy will die in prison regardless of your vote. And based on your verdict, a severe punishment is appropriate, and there's only two choices. I submit to you that justice will be served. It will be further served by severely punishing Rashad Murphy by making him spend the rest of his life, which, according to normal life expectancy, could be another 50 years, to spend the rest of his life in prison, to live under strict rules and regulations without the basic freedoms we normally take for granted, that we normally enjoy. And I'm trying not to be repetitious, but I need to go back for a moment
And let you
to
know he's
this
30 years old.
lack of any prior felony convictions.
Run the lights up, guys, please.
I cannot, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot overemphasize this. Despite the terrible environment the defendant grew up in, despite those scars, despite the mental ill issues he lives with on a daily basis and will continue to live with, despite whatever treatment he gets, the defendant, Rashad Murphy, has no prior felony convictions, not one.
30 years.
And I ask you, when you decide on your vote, compare that fact, that stipulated fact, to a career offender. Compare that fact to someone who has a prior record of similar crimes or violent behavior. Compare that stipulated fact to the state's argument that the attempted murders serve as an aggravating factor despite being only one contemporaneous event. Compare that stipulated fact to the state's argument that an aggravating factor is that the defendant was a criminal gang member. All that, all those allegations, all those factors, despite the fact that he has no prior felony convictions. I submit to you that the mitigating circumstances outweigh any aggravating factors presented by the state. But in any event, I submit the mitigating factors clearly show that a life recommendation is warranted with respect to Rashad Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have not offered this evidence or made this closing argument to in any way justify the homicide. My only point is that the evidence presented, all corroborated, demonstrates that a life recommendation is appropriate for Rashad Murphy. And finally, I want to talk about Rashad Murphy's children. 2 sons, 2 daughters, between the ages of 7 and 13. Pretty much the ages that the defendant was when he was experiencing some of this abuse and separation from his family growing up. Despite being in prison for the rest of his life, he was an excellent father, he is an excellent father, and he can still be a positive influence on his children.
He knew all this when he went on the
He
drug.
has been and would continue to be a loving and supportive father.
From prison. He knew he had kids
Please,
when he upped the blicky.
please let him carry on as daddy to Major, to Avery, to Prosper and Gabrielle, guiding them to do the right thing.
From prison.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, we're going to take just a quick comfort break, and then we're going to come back. I'm going to read the final set of instructions to you, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise.
Damn, who coughed like that? Shit. What was it? Ugh. If anybody wants
Okay,
to,
very good. All right, take a 2-minute break, and Ron, when they come back in, if you would hand these out to them.
wow, anybody want to come up, get in the Discord? What do you guys think thus far? Let this case, this entire scenario, this type of decision making, these consequences, let all of this be a lesson to somebody young and lost and foolish and going down this path. Please be aware that your life is no longer yours when you become a property of the state or the government. They can give you a date, bro. You really think some of y'all got it? Only God can judge me. What you call this? And the lawyer was very repetitive. The lawyers were repetitive. I mean, there's not much to say outside of please don't kill my client. Run the likes up, guys, please. 3 more likes to get us to 105. I'm gonna show love to the top commenters in 1 second, please. Give me one. Oh man. Oh, it was. Almost every lawyer said the same. It's pretty much the same shit. But when they say, "Oh, what happened?" All that Charles Jones killing my client will not bring Charles Jones back. Boy, that ain't helping. Look here. That is not helping. I don't think that's anyway. While we have time, because I don't think she said how long the break was, let me make sure I show some love to the chat, the most aggravating chat in the game, the most appreciated chat in the world. First and foremost, let me let y'all know y'all are very aggravating.
So aggravating as hell, man.
Y'all so aggravating because we done broke the glass. I appreciate y'all. We get a whole 100 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to y'all.
So,
Aggravating, man. Y'all most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. We done broke the glass. I appreciate y'all. Keep running it up, please. Keep running the likes up. Let me show some love to the top commenters. Right now, we got number 1. We got Anonymous at number 1. Number 2, we got Another Gamer. Number 3, we got Clay Richards. Number 4, we got September Timbre. Number 5, we got Lim Ose. Number 6, we got Slim Jones McEasy. Number 7, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 8, we got Leonard Hornsby. Number 9, we got Nurse Lady T. And number 10, we got Ben Morris. And then coming in honorable mention number 11, we got Rob Bend 8267. Shout out to y'all, man. Salute, salute, salute. I thank y'all. Continue to run the likes up. Share the stream. We've been here the entirety of this case. This isn't a celebratory thing for me. I don't have a dog in the fight. Along the way, yeah, I may have done things to keep it entertaining for the chat and just be comedic even during a bad situation. That's just been the person that I've been my entire life. Wow. Overall, it's a sad case for all families involved. These guys went out of their way to take the life of a young man. Regardless of what this young man said, he didn't do anything. He didn't take a life that we know of. And these guys are here to face the ultimate penalty. Whether you believe or you feel it's fair or not, you have to follow the law of the land. And this is the land. And this is the law. The law will be laid, whether they serve life in jail or they receive the death penalty. They're going to die in confines of the law. Sad situation. Rather them than myself, though. None of us are perfect, but all of us aren't stupid. Nobody's perfect, but all of us aren't idiotic. Nobody's perfect, but everybody is not going to go to the fullest extent, the point of no return. Let me show some love to the chat real quick. Shout out to y'all, man. Wow. Hold on, wait. Also, let me show some love. Let me make sure we got some cash apps. We got, I think it's this Jagos Pro. I see Ja J with the $2 cash app super step. Let's go. Appreciate you much love. Dog Hot. Oh, let's go with the $5 super step. Says sandwich money. Appreciate that, Mike from the Ville. Let's go. Thank y'all, man. Much gratitude, much appreciation. Sandwich money. Hold on. $ the Rumonati Network. If you guys want to see the channel grow, you want to help contribute anything, you've been entertained thus far, especially the entirety of the case. You respect the consistency. You respect the grind. Like Josh said, for the love of the game, you just want to send some sandwich money, or you think I need a new mask? Send $1, $2 the Rumonati Network, man. But let's get off into this chat and show some love before they come back. We got somebody in the Discord. Is that what we got? Hold on, let me check. You might see the screen go out for a second, but we still here. Turntables might wobble, but they don't fall down. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm getting the Discord together. Y'all know how this go. We ain't gonna do nothing but get better and better. Well, the better, the better her effort looking there. Hold on. Hey, we going to the Discord. I see y'all. I think we in there. We there? We got Anonymous.
What's up, baby?
What's up with it? How are you?
Shit, different day, different smells, baby.
I know that's right. What's up, bro? You want to tap in?
Yeah, I tell you what, man. All these four fucking retards, and I mean they're retarded. I mean, you can't have that IQ that low and still be able to shoot a damn gun. I mean, come on, man.
Man, it's he said, hold on, you don't have to be necessarily the sharpest knife in. Oh shit, I shouldn't use no weapons. You don't have to be smart to aim, right?
It was shit. You gotta have some kind of brain function up there. Like Davion got a chicken McNugget fucking for a brain.
Oh man, but you know what though, bro? These guys have been. The defense saying that the angle that they're taking, saying they're mentally challenged, they're slow. My bad, I was doing something else. Saying that they're slow and all of that is with the reason that they're committing this, or that has something to do with it. That's out of there, bro. They coordinated. The state broke them down. They coordinated the crime. They executed. They're not as slow as they pretend to be. We got somebody else in here. Mels, you chime in whenever you want to. Super duper salute to you. Anonymous, what else you think, bro? You think they getting what's the outcome?
I think they're probably gonna be jury's probably gonna be lenient on them and give them life in prison. But then I think with old Skittle Fingers over there, old long finger ET looking motherfucker, he's probably gonna get a death penalty.
Skittle Finger. Do you think? No, excuse me. Could you make that decision? Could you be on the jury to make that decision?
Oh, I could definitely be on that jury, man. Because like you can't. I mean, hell, as a former Marine myself, you don't see me going out to shoot people with my PTSD, anger, irritabilities, and all that shit. So I mean, if I can deal with my own inner demons, why can't they deal with their own inner demons?
I agree. Everybody comes from something, and it's all about choices, man. My background may not be as good or as tumultuous as yours, but we all have decisions. We all have choices, man. Nobody put the gun in your hand and forced you to go to Tampa and sleep on this idea, then mask up. And there's a lot of things involved that didn't occur that you went through with before somebody could say, oh, this was a mistake. No, this was a decision. Mills, I hear the court is coming back in. Do you want to chime in before we run out of time?
Oh, no, I'm always up here. I just wanted to say, aren't they all admitting in their closing statements? That's so confusing to me, to get up here and admit. You can give a closing without an admission of guilt.
How y'all feel about them always saying this won't bring Charles Jones back? Like, stop saying that, in my opinion.
Feel like I don't have a problem with that. It just shows that death for death does not equal the saying one wrong don't make it right. Two wrongs don't make it right. Yeah, whatever.
Anonymous, you got any last thoughts?
Kind of like Mississippi burning. I hope those motherfuckers burn in hell.
Damn. Man, y'all have a good one. I appreciate y'all.
All right, no problem.
Run the likes up, y'all. Run the likes up, please. I'm going to get quiet. Let's go.
Arguments of counsel. Now you must decide whether each of these defendants should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must first unanimously determine whether the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must not consider any other facts as an aggravating factor other than what has been alleged and proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The aggravating factors alleged by the state as to defendant Isaiah Chance are: number one, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. Number 2, the first-degree murder was committed by a criminal gang member. The aggravating factors alleged by the state as to defendant Sean Gathright are: 1. Sean Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. 2. Sean Gathright knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. 3. The first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And again, the definitions are the same with regards to cold, calculated, premeditated, and pretense of moral or legal justification. The aggravating factors alleged by the state as to defendant Rashad Murphy are: number 1, Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Number 2, Rashad Murphy knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. 3, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And again, the definitions of cold, calculated, premeditated, and pretense of moral or legal justification are the same. Number 4, the first-degree murder was committed by a criminal gang member. The aggravating factors alleged by the state as to defendant Davion Murphy are: number 1, Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. 2, Davion Murphy knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. 3, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And again, the definitions of cold, calculated, premeditated, and pretense of moral or legal justification are the same. Number 4, the first-degree murder was committed by a criminal gang member. You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family of Charles Jones. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by the death of Charles Jones. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each of the alleged aggravating factors exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether you find that each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to a defendant, then that defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt as to a defendant, then that defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of a defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is a defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Mitigating circumstances need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, a defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You need not reach a unanimous decision about whether a defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are mitigating circumstances as to defendant Isaiah Chance. Number 1, Isaiah Chance's age at the time of the offense. 2, Isaiah Chance has no significant history of prior criminal activity. 3, Isaiah Chance was 21 years old at the time of the offense. 4, Isaiah Chance suffers from borderline intellectual disability as well as untreated attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. 5, Isaiah Chance's decision-making was impaired by his borderline intellectual disability and ADHD. 6, Isaiah Chance did not personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm during the commission of the offense. 7, prior to this case, Isaiah Chance had never been arrested. 8, Isaiah Chance cherishes fatherhood and has a great relationship with his 3 children. 9, Isaiah Chance has a loving and very close relationship with his parents, siblings, grandmother, and godmother. 10, Isaiah Chance helped his grandfather and grandmother when his grandfather had cancer. 11, Isaiah Chance attended church with his stepfather and his grandmother. 12, Isaiah Chance helped his mother around the house. 13, Isaiah Chance was motivated and preparing for a career as a merchant seaman. 14, Isaiah Chance was described as a quiet, respectful, and nonviolent child by family members and friends. 15, Isaiah Chance has the continued support of many family members and friends. 16, Isaiah Chance is a son, brother, grandson, and father whose life has meaning to others. 17, Isaiah Chance is capable of growth, redemption, and maturity because of his young age. 18, the existence of any other factors in Isaiah Chance's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. Mitigating circumstances as to defendant Sean Gathright. Number 1, Sean Gathright has no significant history of prior criminal activity. Number 2, Sean Gathwright's age at the time of the offense. 3, Sean Gathright was 18 years old at the time of the offense. 4, Sean Gathright was raised in a military family with repeated parental deployments, resulting in frequent relocations and prolonged separations from both of his parents. 5. Sean Gathright was primarily raised by his paternal grandmother due to parental absence and instability throughout his life. 6. Sean Gathright lacked a stable male role model or consistent guidance during formative years while he was a teenager. 7. Sean Gathright was subjected to verbal abuse by his father. 8. Sean Gathright was subjected to physical abuse and injury at the hands of his biological father. 9. Sean Gathright lived in an environment marked by fear, conflict, and lack of safety in his father's home. 10. Sean Gathright struggled with identity formation and belonging in adolescence. 11. Sean Gathright experienced isolation and difficulty adjusting socially after relocation in adolescence. 12. Sean Gathright was highly susceptible to influence due to his age. 13. SeanGathright's decision-making was influenced by peer groups and an unfamiliar culture. 14. Sean Gathright is described as kind, respectful, and nonviolent by family and friends who know him. 15. Sean Gathright is optimistic and a positive support for family and friends. 16. Sean Gathright loves his sister, nephews, mother, grandmothers, and friends. 17. Sean Gathright is loved deeply by the family who have supported him. 18. Sean Gathright has been described as calm, well-mannered, and non-confrontational. 19. Sean Gathright has the capacity to contribute positively to those around him. 20. Sean Gathright is a son, brother, grandson, and friend whose life has meaning to others. 21. Sean Gathright is capable of growth, redemption, and maturity because of his young age. 22. Sean Gathright has the desire and potential to mentor and positively influence others, particularly younger individuals in prison. 23. Sean Gathright fed the homeless and was very involved in community projects in Mississippi when he lived with his paternal grandmother. 24. Sean Gathright traveled to foreign countries on mission trips for humanitarian purposes. 25. Sean Gathright participated in educational international travel programs reflecting exposure to broader opportunities. 26. Sean Gathright demonstrated entrepreneurial initiative, including running small businesses, pressure washing, detailing, and photography. 27. Sean Gathright showed motivation and productivity at a young age. 28. Sean Gathright has demonstrated the desire to be productive by taking courses in an incarcerative setting. 29. Sean Gathright engaged in creative and constructive outlets, including photography and media work. 30. Sean Gathright has shown resilience and adaptability despite adversity. 31. Sean Gathright can contribute significantly to the prison workforce. 32. The existence of any other factors in Sean Gathright's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. Mitigating circumstances as to defendant Rashad Murphy. Number 1. Rashad Murphy has no significant history of prior criminal activity. Number 2. Rashad Murphy's age at the time of the offense. 3. Rashad Murphy was only 30 years old when the homicide occurred. 4. Rashad Murphy has a history of physical and emotional abuse as a child, consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. 5. Rashad Murphy has maintained a loving relationship with family and friends while incarcerated. 6. Rashad Murphy has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. 7. Rashad Murphy helped raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support. 8. Rashad Murphy loves his children and has been a good father to them. 9. Rashad Murphy, as a minor, was removed from his primary home and placed into foster care due to negligent and abuse situations in the primary home. 10. Rashad Murphy has no prior felony convictions. 11. Rashad Murphy has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. 12. The existence of any other factors in Rashad Murphy's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. Mitigating circumstances as to defendant Davion Murphy. 1. The capacity of Davion Murphy to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. 2. The capital felony was committed while Davion Murphy was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. 3. The age of Davion Murphy at the time of the offense. 4. Davion Murphy suffers from traumatic brain injury. 5. Davion Murphy was exposed to repeated violence in his childhood and young adult life. 6. Davion Murphy is in the borderline range of intellectual disability. 7. Davion Murphy grew up in a household marked by instability and financial strain. 8. Davion Murphy did not have a stable male role model in his life. 9. Davion Murphy's father was diagnosed with schizophrenia. 10. Davion Murphy's father was incarcerated for life when Davion Murphy was 12 years old. 11. Davion Murphy took on a parental role for his younger siblings. 12. Davion Murphy is loved by his family. 13. The existence of any other factors in Davion Murphy's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether a defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must weigh all of the following factors. 1. Whether sufficient aggravating factors exist, and 2. Whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the result of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that a defendant should be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty for a defendant, the court must sentence that defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty for a defendant, your recommendation for that defendant must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. You will be provided forms to reflect your decisions. The fact that the jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7. Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 8. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? And 9. Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. Defendant Sean Gathright has become a witness in this case. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its aggravating factors against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove the aggravating factors. It is up to the state to prove the aggravating factors by evidence. Defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of any kind or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Criminal gang member applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. Criminal gang means a formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group that has as one of its primary activities the commission of criminal or delinquent acts, and that consists of 3 or more persons who have a common name or common identifying signs, colors, or symbols, including but not limited to terrorist organizations and hate groups. Criminal gang member is a person who meets 2 or more of the following criteria. 1, admits to criminal gang membership. 2, is identified as a criminal gang member by a parent or guardian. 3, is identified as a criminal gang member by a documented, reliable informant. 4, adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang. 5, adopts the use of a hand sign identified as used by a criminal gang. 6, has a tattoo identified as used by a criminal gang. 7, associates with 1 or more known criminal gang members. 8, is identified as a criminal gang member by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. 9, is identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence. 10, has been observed in the company of 1 or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Observation in a custodial setting requires a willful association. It is the intent of the legislature to allow this criterion to be used to identify gang members who recruit and organize in jails, prisons, and other detention settings. 11, has authorized any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. Rules for deliberation. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 4, your duty is to determine whether the appropriate sentence in this case is life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. The verdicts must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you, and they are as follows. Defendant Isaiah Chance, jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, find as follows as to Isaiah Chance in this case. A. Aggravating factors. 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. And you would check yes or no. 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Again, check yes or no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. The foreperson should date and sign at the end of this form. If you, the jury, answered yes as to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to Section B. Section B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. Check only 1. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved 1 or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether 1 or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. We, the jury, find Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility.
Sorry, you just forgot to say that.
Oh, okay. Let me back up. We have further considered whether Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. And then you would check one of the following 2. We, the jury, find Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Or we, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank, and you would fill that in, that Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to death. Dated this blank day of May 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. And there's a line for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. As to defendant Sean Gathright, jury verdict form, penalty phase, we, the jury, find as follows as to Sean Gathright in this case. A. Aggravating factors. 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And then the definitions I've already read to you regarding cold, calculated, premeditated, and a pretense of moral or legal justification. Again, you would check yes or no. 2, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright created a great risk of death to many persons. And again, you would check yes or no. Number 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Again, check yes or no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. The foreperson should date and sign at the end of this form. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to Section B. B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. Again, check only one. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. And again, you check one of the two. We, the jury, find Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Sean Gathright should be sentenced to death. Defendant Rashad Murphy. Verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, find as follows as to Rashad Murphy in this case. Aggravating factors. Number one, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And again, the definitions are included there, and they are as I have instructed you previously. And you would check yes or no. Two, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Again, check yes or no. Four, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Again, check yes or no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. The foreperson should date and sign at the end of this form. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. And again, you would check only one. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. And again, you check one. Either we, the jury, find Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to death. Gave this blank day of May 26 in Hillsborough County, Florida. Again, lines for the foreperson to sign and print their name.
Get the likes up, guys.
Defendant Davion Murphy, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, find as follows as to Davion Murphy in this case. A, aggravating factors. 1, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And again, the same definitions apply as I've previously instructed you, and you would check yes or no. 2, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Again, check yes or no. Number 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Again, check yes or no. 4, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Again, check yes or no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. The foreperson should date and sign at the end of this form. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. You only check one. We, the jury, have unanimously found that the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. And again, you check one of these. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Davion Murphy should be sentenced to death. Dated this blank day of May 26 in Hillsborough County, Florida. Again, signature and lines for the foreperson to sign and print their name. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson, and you keep the same foreperson if you decide, who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when your deliberations are concluded and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case until you have reached a verdict. You must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the laws spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, so does anyone have any electronic devices in the, okay, so you guys kind of know the drill. Juror 168, Mr. M.N., do you have anything in the jury room that you need to get out? Okay, so this is the same as last time, right? So you guys you're going to go into the jury room. Do not begin discussing anything about this case until our alternate has left and until the bailiffs have left. You will receive all of the evidence that was submitted, and you will also receive, the bailiffs will bring in the actual final verdict form. Each of you, again, were given a copy for your own use, but the official verdict form will be the stapled copies that the bailiff brings in, and that's what you all are to utilize. Okay, very good. So I'll talk to our alternate after you grab your items. If you have any electronic devices on you now, anything, leave them in your chair. Otherwise, the bailiff will collect them and bring them out here.
All right.
I just
All
want to
right.
thank the attorneys
All right,
for
hold
the
on,
state, Mr. Harmon, Ms. Ismer, Ms. Doherty, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Finkelstein, Mr. Sonardes, the various Sonardes, Mr. Petridis, Mr. Bolt. You all are just the height of professionalism and ethics, and it really is a pleasure to have you in my courtroom. I never, ever have to worry that any of you are going to violate the rules or treat each other disrespectfully or treat me disrespectfully, and it really just makes my job simpler. So I do appreciate it. So I just want to commend you all for that. Thank you. Okay, so I don't even really have the words to thank you for your service. It's such a hard thing in these cases, particularly cases of this magnitude that take this long, and we have alternates, and you have to sit and listen to all the evidence, and then we tell you, surprise, you don't actually get to partake in the decision. But I do hope you realize how critically fundamental you are to the process. As we discussed before, in these cases, we have to have 12 people decide these verdicts. And if something happened and we didn't have an alternate, we'd have to start all over. And you now very well are very familiar with all that goes into these cases. So I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone, on behalf of the citizens of Hillsborough County. Thank you so much for your service. And the good news is you are now released from your jury service. You're free to talk to whoever you would like to about the case. You're free to stick around. You're free to go. And again, just thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay, so we'll be in recess pending a verdict.
Damn. How long will it take? It's literally a countdown. Run the likes up, please. Run the likes up. If anybody wants to chime in, if anybody has any commentary on what they've seen thus far, what they think the outcome is, excuse me, join the Discord. Feel free to come up, voice your opinion. Run the likes up, please, guys. Hold on. We got somebody in the Discord.
Hello.
Hold on. Let me adjust the volume. What's up with it?
Hey, I can hear myself clearly. I don't understand why waste the taxpayers' money and the taxpayers' time unless this is something they have to do during a trial, saying that no one was there, all to get into the penalty phase, and every attorney says that their client was there. They take responsibility. They are remorseful. They're going to do justice will be served with them being in prison. Like, why do that? You don't have to admit guilt just to say, save my life. Then I'm frustrated. So that's what the anger comes in at. The high pitched tone. I'm frustrated. Then the next thing I wanted to say was, what's the point of the death penalty? That got to be the most dumbest thing I ever heard. Because if someone else take them out or they do something to themselves, Do you feel like it was justified?
Some people do. Yeah, some people do feel like that. You took the life of my loved one, my sibling, mother, father, parent, cousin, whatever it is. Yeah, some people do feel like it's justified.
But I gave your loved one, your mother, your sister, cousin, no time, date. It was unannounced. But
No, you
give
did give
me
them a date. You made a decision on that date.
no. I'm saying they had no warning. They had no warning. 9 times out of 10, nobody is warned that I'm going to do this to you prior
Okay,
to
well, it's
doing
the
it to them.
consequences of not warning somebody that you're going to take their life. It's the consequences of taking a life. This is the law of the land.
But what I'm saying, Roman, is you give me a warning, you give me time to make my affairs in order. I didn't give your loved one time to get their affairs in order. You give my mother time to come
I
and
don't
see
get what
me.
you're saying.
What I'm saying is waiting on the death penalty to take its course is going to be a long awaited time. It's not going to be instant. It's not
Of
going to be
course, but
without
whether they in
warning.
jail for life or death, they still gonna die. But what is the point though? What are you saying?
My point is you give a person like that. That's like the same thing we were saying in the Discord the other day, that you give somebody that has committed a heinous crime time to get their affairs right with God, if they believe in God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a chance to ask for
No, I don't
forgiveness.
remember saying nothing like that.
I said that. I
But
said
I'm not
that.
understanding your point.
My point is you give them time to ask for forgiveness when they didn't give your loved one the opportunity to ask for forgiveness if they needed forgiveness.
All right, I'm finna read these chats. I don't get it. The chat don't get it. If anybody understand what she's saying, please explain it. I don't get this.
All right, whatever.
Okay, Mike from the Ville says she's saying it should be done ASAP. Okay, that's the easiest way to say it. Because I didn't understand. Listen, everybody's, I don't get it. Anyway, let me show love to the top commenters right now because we got time. Free time, shall I say. Whether we are busy doing something, whether we are, we have time. Top commenters. Let's go. Number 1 is Anonymous. Number 2, Another Gamer. Number 3, Clay Richards. Number 4, it says Clay Richard. I added an S to that. Number 4, Lim Osei. Number 5, Slim Jones McGeezy. Number 6, Mike from DeVille. Number 7, Leonard Hornsby. Number 8, Rob Bend. Number 9, Nurse Lady T. Number 10, Ben Morris. And honorable mention number 11 is Ja Goes Pro. Let's go. First and foremost, hold on now. Not too much on the homie. Shout out to Mills. We don't understand it. We still saluting and shouting out and appreciating. Normally, your point and your stance be clear. Right there, I was lost. But anyway, let's get to the chat. Mike from the Ville says, hold on. Clay Richard says, it's all good, Queen. Shout out. Oh, hold on. Where we at? Shay says, damn, I didn't make it. I said, make it. Damn, I didn't make it. Don't worry, Shay. It's always time. Anonymous says, Mel's made my head hurt. Nurse Lady T says, man, Mark Frisbee say all the way from, Corby, Little Scotland, England. Oh, wow. Salute, Mark Frisbee. How you doing? Time says, done, brothers. We'll have plenty time. Okay, Dunn brothers will have plenty of time to know the Lord inside and out, every verse of the Bible, and be able to finish school. Wow. Lim Osei says some people forgive even if they kill siblings. Some people do. Right, that's all I'm saying. Everybody doesn't feel the same way. We're all entitled to our opinions. Clay Richards says she just got to learn how to find the words. She was tripping over her own self. It's all good, queen. Usually males come up here and make a real clear point. I think frustration probably got to it today, but we ain't gonna harp on it. V2, is that Ush? Says there should definitely be put into factor that Foolio was taunting and glorifying the death of their close friend, which could lead to insanity actions of retaliation and could help his case maybe. Possibly. Robert Cullen says this decision will not take long from Dublin, Ireland. Joski says she don't realize it's torture to know your fate coming and there's nothing you can do to change that fate. Yeah, so while it seems like you're giving them time to get their affairs and all together, how much more torturous is to know like, okay, this the day. Shit, you might have a heart attack on the way up there. I don't know. Or are you giving them time to make peace with it? Nurse Lady T says, man, Rob Ben says, pray for them families, them grown men hurt. Nurse Lady T says, I got it. Okay, sorry, y'all. Mike from the Village says, it took a while for the plane to land, but I see where she was going. Okay, my bad, guys. Sneezy Bo says, stop trying to save her. Dominic Mathis says, they better find God right because death is coming regardless how they look at it. Yes, whether they get sentenced to life or they will face the death penalty, it won't be instant, right? And they will die in confinement of the law. Gorilla Pitt says life in prison is a worse punishment than death. Damn. Mike from the Village says, cuz Foolio ain't have time to get right with God before he left, so she's saying they shouldn't have time to do so either. It's confusing because one day you saying save everybody and now you saying hurry up and fry. One day it's save them. No, I feel for their life. Don't take them. They ain't never had a chance. Then the next day is hurry up and fry. Clay Richards says, oh, I ain't gonna read that. I read that already. All right. Hold on, bro. DeMar Taylor, come on, bro. Chill, bro. Tom Capone, LOL, okay, Rob Ben, heck no. Not a bit of common sense with them. Oh, hold on. Y'all relax, bro. Time says, man, never get their affairs together when they get it right with the Lord for being locked up for a lifetime. Come see me, says thou shalt not tempt God. Gregory Bean says, boo and boo. I don't know what that was for. I'm just going up. I think we passed that other part where y'all was talking all that shit, nigga. DOA Walker says, I'd rather get put to death than do life. Nurse Lady C says, don't be upset behind they BS. Rob Ben, this is how it's been done since they got rid of them gallows. Wow, man. Wow. All right. Kev says 10 minutes. Ace Man, what's a 3-death penalty, 1 life in prison? Neil Vargas says gang on gang violence should have a 25-year sentence. In Texas, if you take someone's life in gang violence, you can plea out and hit 25. Why take it to trial? Z says this, the confusion for me. Nurse Lady T says prison is no joke. They not made for it. Huh? They not made for it. It's not jail. Okay, I got you. Whole different beast. I hope they're ready for the Carters in death row. What's the Carters? Damn. Hold on. But in a death row, aren't they separated from other prisoners where they might not get stabbed and all that shit? Like, don't they kind of like got it sweet? They get their own TV. They in a cell by themselves. Even though being by alone for 20 years, Is that torture or is being around a bunch of being in there is torture? Being in there is torture. Come See Me says they don't want to be saved. Anonymous says, don't save them. I see you. Time says, I can't believe we making excuses to take somebody's life because somebody made fun of somebody dying. That's just about the craziest thing I ever heard, Rumor. I believe we should all go rob a bank, right? Nope, we shouldn't. They was just being hypothetical, guys. I'm sure we all know that. Nurse Lady says, right, I think they do need to realize that he's traumatized them as well. She means that they have time to go get their fate right, and another one did not. Bottom line, life. I suggest they take the lethal. Whoa. Clay Richard says, Julio didn't know his fate was coming. 2 years ago, they thought they won, Sneezy Bo said. Wow. You think Dre would do some ish like that? You'd never know. Come see me like that. Come see me said that. That's that Drake. He said Dre though. Rick Savage says, get him out of here. Damn. Leo True Lion King. This is what happens when you don't care and can't explain yourself. You're misunderstood. Learn how to speak so you're understood. Oh, my bad. I thought that was I really thought he was talking about what's this nigga name? Davion and Rashad, because they didn't get online. Downtime says we're on borrowed time, Nurse Lady. Okay. Scroll up, read my last comment. Man, rewrite it. I can't find all that. Did I read it? Damn, y'all. V2 says it was the mocking of their friend being murdered by his own associates. Sean says, did he already get sentenced time? Yes, Mike, emotional damage, big facts, Tone Capone, copy down. Anonymous says, Alicia at home chilling. Not yet. JP so crazy, AA needs to get life. Also, she got the X way out. I'm sure he says the easy. Gregory Bean says that Melly Needle was going to be magnificent. Pause. West Up says, what up? Ace Man, I wish all us blacks should come together. Real talk. Man, everybody as humans should goddamn come together. We ain't all got to love each other. We ain't even all got to like each other, but we got to be able to coexist because we all going to be around each other in some capacity. It shouldn't be no hate for a skin color. Literally, not to be on some fake Martin Luther King, but you literally should judge people by the context of their character. Real shit. Because I ain't gonna lie, I know some niggas that ain't shit. Pieces of shit. Some of us may not be so good. Some of us, nobody's perfect. Some of us may be rough around the edges, but there's some real pieces of shit. In all races, black, white, Chinese, Arabic, Jewish, Latino, Asian, whatever, all of them. Every race has a piece of shit and a person that can't be trusted, a person that will backstab you, do you wrong, be dishonorable, disloyal, lie, scheme, scam, kill, do something wrong to children, old people. Every race has that. So I feel you. Yeah, we do need to get on one accord as a people, but as man. Anyway, shout out to y'all, man. No, they're in deliberation right now. They are in deliberation right now. Ace Man said they'd be quick to kill another brother behind BS. I ain't gonna lie. For a lot of times, you're correct about that, but that could be proximity too. Kendall the Great says that's a good message, but fact of the facts, we're not together as black people are too damn divided to actually fight against our common enemy. I think the common enemy would be ignorance and hate. Outside of what we say is just oppression or systematic oppression, and that's my alarm.
This is a reminder.
Alexa, stop! I got you. Hold on, y'all, real quick. Wait, let me finish this thought. But yeah, I do. Damn, I lost my thought. Oh, hold on, real. Anyway, goddamn it. Reminder. I'm gonna give you a reminder. All right. So, Kendall, I do agree with you though. But that shit, that what you're asking for, in my opinion, is too far gone, bro. It's already too far gone for the internal mindset amongst all black people. We against each other with religion, proximity, money, skin complexion, territory. Proximity, same shit. Whether FBA, what's the foundational black, African versus African American? We can't even decide if I'm not black. That's a color. Oh, I'm African. No, I'm not African American. I'm just American. No, I'm African American. We can't even decide on that. So with the situation that you're hoping for, a black utopia and one central mindset, we all on one sheet of music? No, that would never happen. Too far gone. Never gonna happen. Only thing we could do from here now is come together as people and go off the character of all people, because we all surrounded by each other. It don't matter if your great granddaddy was a Klansman, a slave owner, or the slave. We all surrounded by each other. What we gonna do? Keep hating and keep killing each other? Probably so. I mean, this seems to be the American way. We love violence, and I'm not influencing it. I don't want that to be the outcome. I'm just saying, why are we so? Why is that the fastest result, and why does that instantaneous? Boom. We love it, but don't they do the same in the third world countries? Probably just American. It's probably just human nature, right? Human nature. But here you can go to jail for it. Nurse lady says, we was never one. Some ain't even want to be free. We always been against each other. Facts. Niggas was fighting against, let's run and leave, let's not be slaves. No, let's stay here. That's stupid. Mark Frisbee says, this is a good channel. Carry it on, man. Mark Frisbee, I appreciate you, man. You guys continue to run the likes up, please. If you've been here thus far, run the likes up. Just, it's that simple. $sign the RUMORNATI Network if you want to see the channel grow. Run the likes up, share the stream. If anybody has anything they want to say, feel free to come up to Discord. Voice your opinion. I can't guarantee that they're going to like what you say, or I'm even going to like what you say, but you have the space to talk. Other than that, we're going to keep it going. West Coasting for Life says, hide in your face. What a joke. No, I'm not hiding my face from the world. I'm hiding the world from my face, nigga. You feel better about yourself now that you said that, brother? Nurse Lady T says, y'all see my badge? Mike from the Ville says, LOL, somebody mad at positivity being smoking. Ace Man says, I love this channel and I don't even visit other ones. Wow, man. Super duper salute. Downtime says, we said it at the same time, Mr. Roger. Stay Striving Cheese says, that's why they came up with sports. Our culture, for the most, go against each other. Scintillating Whip says again, I'm going to say this. It's people in war fighting for greed and harming innocent people allegedly. Why they ain't in cuffs? Why these pharmacies ain't in cuffs? They produce all the drugs allegedly. Real criminals. Another gamer says no guns or knives in the UK. Mark Frisbee, this is a good channel. I appreciate you. Hold on, where we at? Tone Capone says facts. Mike from the Ville says downtime. Are you listening? Downtime says, yeah, stop trying to unite black people. Just unite people in general. Downtime. Nobody's saying don't unite. I'm just saying I think that we're too far gone as black people for that perfect utopia because we're all on separate wavelengths, separate. We look for reasons to separate from each other. We look for reasons to attack. A lot of us watch, hear, observe just to respond and give our opinion on what we think that one person is saying instead of thinking about the totality. A lot of us respond for some type of momentary fulfillment. If you get what I'm saying, we looking for that moment for somebody to say, yeah, you're right, look at that. A lot of us are fueled and rooted and love the outcome of displaying ignorance. A lot of us love separation, unfortunately, but it's true. I'm not saying, don't unify black people. I'm saying unify all people, and I'm also saying black people are too critical on black people to unify. You got the Uncle Toms. Look at all the different types of us there are, from the low level street goon to the PhD, Fortune 500, NASA working scientists. All, bro, we're so many different, and we all feel differently about each other because the differences, the way we speak, the presentation, and so scum. We ain't gonna act like, but I support everybody that's doing the work. But I'm just saying, looking for it as a whole in totality, come on, bro, let's be realistic. That's never gonna happen. And to think that somebody's saying, just speaking what they feel is the truth, is just my opinion. Prove me wrong. You know what I say to shit like that, bro? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My opinion don't mean I ain't part of the fight, or I ain't joining the fight, or I ain't put in work. Anyway, run them damn likes up, y'all. How long are we gonna be here? What time did they walk out of court? Was it 11:30, 11:45? What time did they walk out of court? Guys, what time did they walk out of court? Let me see. Let me see if I can get an estimate. That's 10 minutes back, 15 minutes back. About 30 minutes back.
Treat me disrespectfully, and it really just makes my job simpler. So I do appreciate it. So I just want to commend you all for that. Thank you. To deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that...
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes. They've been back for 30 minutes, y'all. They've been back there 30 minutes already. They've been back there for 30 minutes already. I went back to when they walked out of the court. She's talking to, let me go right to 3036.
Must be actual final verdict form. Each of you, again, were given a copy for your own use, but the official verdict form will be the stapled copies that the bailiff brings in, and that's what you all are to utilize. Okay, very good. So I'll talk to our alternate after you grab your items. If you have any electronic devices on you now, anything, leave them in your chair. Otherwise, the bailiff will collect them and bring them out here.
All rise.
Yep. So it's really like 33 minutes, but 30 minutes they've been back. We're going to call it 30. So what time you think they coming back by?
Okay. I just want to thank the attorneys for the state, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Murray.
And the fact that he received a level 1 in reading in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade on the FCAT, do you believe that to be true?
Correct. Judge, I'm going to object that this is all been covered and correct. It's asked and answered.
I understand, but based upon the cross, go ahead, you can answer.
And in your experience, how long have you been doing this again? I apologize.
Over 40 years.
Objection, objection, objection. Harmon didn't come to play. The state did not come to play. But what would be considered the emotional part of the day started after lunch when Winston Murphy, the uncle to both Rashad and Davion Murphy, who himself is serving, 50 years with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, appeared on the stand. And despite being locked up himself, he spoke passionately about being present in the boys' lives from the very beginning and described witnessing firsthand the instability surrounding the family and spoke extensively about Davion's father, David Murphy, struggling with schizophrenia.
Yes. A through K. And I can publish? I'm showing you 1A. Do you recognize that photo? Is that Davion? When he was a baby?
Yes.
And this is 1B. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that Davion as well?
Yes.
And what about 1C?
Like that's Davion and Adam. Davion and David. Like Adam.
Adam is his younger brother.
Yes.
This is 1D. Is that Davion as a baby?
Yes.
And what about this picture?
That's
1E?
That's Davion and David.
Is this one Davion and David's the younger one?
Yes.
And then with this one, it's kind of hard to see, but 1F. What about this?
That's Davion and David again, man.
1G?
Davion.
1H?
That's Davion and David and baby Adam.
So Davion,
It's in the middle.
and this is who?
Adam.
Adam.
That's David.
1I.
Like all those are Davion.
And then what about this? 1J
Davion.
and 1K. Grown up now, huh?
Yeah, they grown up. Like I'm the rest of Serena daughters. And,
Shout out RUMORNATI in the group.
yeah, I'm grown up. I could be David. Yeah, it's been a minute. Grown up.
Haven't seen those in a long time, huh?
Yes.
I can approach the clerk.
Let me ask you about Rashad's father. Was he a positive or a negative influence in his life?
He was in and out of prison most times, but my father and
I'm talking about Rashad's father.
yes,
Okay.
he was in and out of prison most times, but he didn't raise Little Rashad, but he was in and out of prison most of his life.
Would it be correct to say that he was in many ways an absent father?
Yes.
Are you aware of any abuse that he gave to either Rashad or Rashad's mother, his wife?
Can you rephrase that?
Are you aware of him being abusive, the father of Rashad being abusive?
Oh no, sir.
You don't know that?
No, sir. I do.
Oh, you do
He
know
wasn't.
that. Tell the jury about that.
He was.
Your Honor, he's answered.
Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Was she did she have an addiction to drugs?
The jury also heard that Davion's father is currently serving a life sentence plus an additional 30 years in prison. That revelation added even more context to the environment he was raised in and further supported the defense's argument surrounding generational trauma, incarceration, and mental illness impacting his family for decades. I mean, this is 2 generations of that family incarcerated. A father, an uncle, 2 sons. And with that, the next witness was Davion's younger brother, Adam, who testified about Davion's relationship with his mother and described Davion as someone who stepped up within the family despite difficult environments they grew up in. He also said Davion taught and showed him everything he knew. Although positives were mentioned, one could only assume that him being incarcerated for felony weapons possession is a testament to having a lost young man as your mentor and father figure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay. What's your name?
Adam Gooden.
Junior?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who you walked past earlier, Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
It's my big brother.
He's your big brother. How old are you?
I turned 24 Monday.
Okay. And you're incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Okay. So how many felony convictions do you have, if you know?
Really, just 2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your older brother, Davion?
Yes. He inspired me a lot to do a lot of things, you know, for as showing me the ways of life, and always told me, you know, keep my head up, you know, he's a good person, you know, and we both, he taught me how to work a 9-to-5 job, you know. I worked my first 9-to-5 job with him. You know, we fed homeless, took care of my mom. She had open heart surgery and stuff like that. You know, he was always there for others, always there for me and the rest of us. And he never treated me like I was an outsider and stuff like that. He always handled me like a little brother. Always been there for me.
Your mother has some health problems?
Yeah, she had open heart surgery.
When was that?
This is like, I think this was last year.
Did she have any other health issues?
Yes, she dealt with strokes from here and there.
She's had several strokes?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where Davion assumed responsibility, kind of being the parental role in the house?
Yes, it was a time where both of our fathers weren't there, so he was more of a father than just a big brother.
So both, what's your father's name, Adam?
Yes.
So was that the time where Davion's father was incarcerated, or got arrested and incarcerated?
Yes.
And then what happened to your dad?
My dad was incarcerated at too.
Is he still incarcerated?
No, ma'am, he's out now. But my mom and them, they're divorced. They're not together.
Okay. So when your dad was incarcerated or in prison and Davion's father was in prison, he took over the parental role of the house?
Yes, ma'am. He'll make a wait for it. Like, it was one time we had sold some shoes. We sold a game system and stuff like that. You know, just to feed each other and stuff like that.
And would your mother often work at night?
Yes.
What about the stability of where you guys were living? Did you move often, or were you stable, or what?
Always moving.
Why is that?
I really never wondered why. I really never understood why.
Did you see a lot of violence in Jacksonville when you were living there?
I have. At the Reigns and Lee game, you know, my cousin was shot, you know, in front of me.
Okay, Cross, just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodson, it sounds like you looked up to and admired your older brother, Davion Murphy. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a loving relationship with your older brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described him as someone during the time when you were growing up who actually at times had to take over the household. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a big responsibility, and he was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you said that he was the one that taught you how to work a 9-to-5.
Yep.
Your Honor, do we have some tissues or something? I think that he is getting a little emotional.
Sure.
That testimony was particularly important because it attempted to counter the image that prosecutors already presented to the jury. Instead of seeing Davion solely through the lenses of gang affiliation, violence, and criminal allegations, listen, he wanted to cry. He didn't. I will say this though, just like I saw who just said that something in the chat, bro. Ace, man, I had a rough life, been shot, sold drugs, robbed, steal, had no father. Now I'm an engineer. Now I also have mental health, but that belt did justice. I'm gonna just say this. I too am a recovering piece of shit. Ace, man, it sound like you are a recovering piece of shit. And I ain't talking about no drug addict or no shit like that. I'm talking about stupidity, living reckless. I just do, yeah, very dumb, a fucking loser. All that scumbag stuff. That's why you thank God you made it out. Whether you believe in God or not, you still gonna say, man, thank God. You're thankful to get away from the foolishness, the insanity, especially when you know you're not supposed to be there. Like, nigga, I'm not supposed to be here. This ain't for me. What the fuck? Hold on. Let me get the hell up out of here, nigga. What? Man. All it takes is one bullet. All it takes is you to hit a whistle of one bullet and see a little bit of concrete crack next to your goddamn, out of your peripheral. Everything changed. Like, yeah, oh, shit. Lord. Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. I come to you today. Cover me in the blood. Not my own blood, not the blood gang, sir. I'm talking about the blood of sweet baby Jesus. What the hell did I do? Nah, but when you in it, you in it. No bullshit. I mean, it's either get with it or it's gonna get you. You know? But anyway, we move on to bigger and better things. Man, I never had to, listen, I might have been a low life, a scumbag. I was never this goddamn low, never this scum, never this far gone. I don't know nothing about this type of shit. I was just trying to get me some money. You know how it be, your mama be a little fucked up or whatever, your parents be a little fucked up. You just want to get some money. Cause shit ain't right. That's all. I was just trying to get me some money. I wasn't trying to take no lives. All this kind of, shoo. Can't come back from that. Shout out to y'all though. Shout out to y'all. Let me show some love, man. We got plenty of time. Jesus Christ. How long? It's not. Y'all think we're gonna be here till 2? I say it's gonna be after 2 o'clock. What time you guys say? I say it's gonna be after 2 o'clock. And I'm gonna say this. I'm thankful to still be, first of all, to be free, to be of sound mind and body with no injuries from the streets. But I'm a firm believer in you don't have to go through it to know not to do it, right? I was dumb. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others, right? It's something, I think I wasn't a wise man. I wasn't a wise young man. It's crazy, right, to when you look, man, I preach against everything I once thought. And it ain't even no preach or no shit like that. Cause I ain't no preacher. I ain't standing on no, I'm not, it ain't that. I got a mask on. I ain't looking for no stripes, no credit or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like, if somebody was to, or just even in general, my general conversation, nigga, I'm so against everything or a whole mindset in which the way I once thought, I'm totally against all of that shit. There was nothing good about that. It was destructive for myself and others. It was dishonest, disrespectful, disloyal. It was all the wrong shit for me and the people around me. There's nothing good about that shit, bro. There was somebody commenting earlier saying something about, oh, you trying to be a YN, but you old. What? Why? Because I got on a mask? You equate a face covering that existed long before the term YN or shiesty, you equate that to, you instantly saw that and determined, you determined a predetermined idea about who I was or what I was trying to do. The trial was going on, so you didn't hear me speak or anything. You just automatically assumed because you saw one. And the nigga gonna say, we all got to get on one accord. It never happened, motherfucker. Listen, shout out to y'all though, man. Shout out to y'all. Listen, and this is why I say what I say. What I be like, if you're a loser now, even at this, if you're a loser, nigga, get your life together. It ain't too late for you to fix it if you didn't kill yourself. Excuse me. If you didn't take your own life, or you didn't make yourself property of the state or government, you still got a chance to correct whatever wrongs that you created, bro. You could change who you are. You can apologize to people you hurt. Now, I'm not saying that they're gonna deal with you the same, or they may not even accept your apology. They're not obligated to. But it's up to you to, you do have the chance to atone and rehabilitate and be totally different. And that shit feel good, bro. When you and then you look back and you see how dumb you was, you're like, God damn, bro, I was a fool. Why did anybody fuck with me? I wouldn't fuck with me. I wasn't just the scum of the earth or just like this nasty, disgusting person, but shit, you might have a nasty attitude. You might just be selfish. You might just be one-track minded and bullheaded, not understanding, or you might just be a fuck up or a risk taker and, always involved in something illegal when you can just do shit the right way. You're going to get a better out. People, they might get tired of being around that shit, bro. You don't have to be like the scum of the earth, like, I had sex with my friend's girl, or I robbed my friend and set him and her up to get robbed, or it don't gotta be like the worst shit in the world, but it could just be a bunch of little shit sometimes. Cause even me, bro, I get tired of people. You don't get tired of people calling to borrow money? That get annoying. So imagine somebody like you always gotta like take a jail call from or bail out of jail, or sometimes, man, like, damn, you need a ride again? God damn. Do something consistent. Shit. Anyway, let me show some love to this chat, man. What's the top commenters in this motherfucker? Anybody want to come up? Discord is open. Feel free, come up. We got plenty of time. No need to rush today, unless that shit boring. Then we're gonna have to go ahead and get you up out of there. Know what I'm talking about? But other than that, anybody want to chop it up? Anybody want to comment on what's going on? Hey, come up. Discord is open. The Discord is open. Joski, I see you. Anonymous, Lim, Nurse Lady T. I see y'all. Hold on, let me shout out the top commenters. Right now, as it stands, top commenters holding it down strong at number 1. We got Anonymous holding it down strong at number 2. We got Another Game, but number 3, we got Lim. Number 4, we got Rob Bend. Number 5, we got Nurse Lady T. Number 6, we got Shay the Sag, and she at work and she out doing some of y'all. It should be a damn shame. Number 7, we got Clay Richard. Number 8, we got Slim Jones. McGeezy, my boy say, not Jeezy, Geezy. Yes, sir. Number 9, we got Mike from the Ville. And number 10, we got Leonard Hornsby. Honorable mention number 11, we got the homie Kev OD. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Unfortunate chain of events, but this is the reality. This is where we are. Right? Right. What do you guys think the outcome of this is going to be with these defendants be facing life? Will these defendants all get the death penalty? Will it be a mixture? Who knows? And how long do you guys think it will take? How long do you guys think it will take? We need 6 more likes to get to 160. 6 more likes will get us to 160 likes. And if you want me to get a new mask, a new hat, or just be able to keep the lights on so we can keep doing this, send $1, $2 sign the Rumonati Network. You can send more, but I'm just saying, send $1, $2 sign the Rumonati Network on Cash App, as you see right there on the screen somewhere down there. Right. Yeah. Also, the PayPal is open. You can go to the main page of this channel right above the subscribe button, and you will see Discord and links. The 2 links, one of them is PayPal. It's wide open for you. Feel free. We are greatly appreciative. And I thank you in advance. Let's get to the chat. Show some love. Ace Man says, hold on, wait. Kev, okay, says it's been 50 minutes so far. Lim says, I'm broke. Shit, ain't we all? Ace Man says, keep you, my brother. Lim says, life. Ace Man, not good. Anonymous, Kev, almost aggravating chat in the world, bitch. I don't know how to use this, says my G. J-Rock says, your worst enemy is haters. Man, sometimes it be the ones close. Kev OD, Christopher Garnett, what's going to happen? We shall see. That's what we waiting on, bro. Ace Man says, pray, try to get your life together. You can do it. Anybody can. All it takes is discipline. This is why I say you don't have to go to jail. You don't, like my bro, shoot, having talks with my bro, like you don't have to go to jail. You can't put respect on. Yeah, I'm glad that you got your GED. I'm glad you learned a skill. I'm glad you got yourself right physically. You read 700 books and you found religion or whatever it is that's going to keep you on the right path. I'm glad all of that happened for you, but what I can't respect, I have to put more respect on the person who did all that without going to jail. I have to put more respect on all of those accomplishments. I have to put more. I have to give more respect and show more love and support to the person who did all of that without going to jail, without being forced to sit down and, without having that. Now you have time. You're almost being, unfortunately, taken care of, right? And now when you say taken care of, it almost sounds like, damn, what if these guys would have had that kind of support outside of jail? But you still have a choice to not be in there. And you could do all the same shit. You really can. But anyway. Lim, I see you, Joski. What's up with it? Nurse Lady T, laughing emojis. Jason Weaver from ATL. Lim says, Rob Ben says the men in court belong to the state. Yes, they are now property. Is that Shanika show enough? Shinka show enough of Kemet? Okay, y'all think it's gonna be finished today? Yes. Yes. Rob says there's only one judge. Life is vapor in the Lord's hands. J-Rock said construction workers come see me, says that 9 lives is real. I told y'all. Ikel says jail is the new slavery. Why would somebody want to be a slave, dog? Facts. Why would somebody want to be a slave, dog? Shay says everybody makes mistakes, but you also got to learn from it. Yep. And we gotta have discernment. We got to stop blurring the lines between mistakes and decisions. We got to be accountable. One thing about a man or a woman, but a man especially, we have to take accountability for our actions. When you have to recognize when you did wrong, whether it was something legal, something immoral, whatever the hell, you have to always realize have to be able to realize, accept, and atone for when you did wrong. And you have to understand that's not an excuse to do more wrong just because you can apologize for that. That don't mean you get to do it again. Hell no. Hell no. Has it been an hour? It's coming up on an hour, guys. It's an hour. It's been about an hour. It's been about an hour, man. Chloe says that crock pot is still on. Salute, Rumor. What's up with it? Nurse Lady T says you always do it once I drop. What happened? What happened, Nurse Lady T? Always do what? Oh, call out the top 10? Oh, run it up. You must have been a higher number. That's crazy. Christopher Lewis said skillet and jumper cables. Another gamer said, where the props today? Inc. CEO says for sure. Claude says that crock pot is still on. Ace Man says, believe me, they coming back today. Too many innocent people was involved in this shooting, not just Foolio. It's a wild life to be living, man. It's a wild life to be living. Brothers be choosing, though. They chose that.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name and spell your name for our court reporter?
Damali Lyle, D-A-M-A-L-I-E, L-Y-L-E.
And just make sure you speak up. Sometimes it's hard to hear. Just get close to the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Miss Lyle, how are you related to Sean Gathright?
Sean is my son.
So we've heard a lot about Sean as a child. What do you want the jury to know about your son?
I'd like the jury to know that my son is a hardworking person, a hardworking young man. He's intelligent. He's driven. He has a wonderful work ethic. I want the jury to know that this is not I believe what has been presented is not my son.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Listen, I tell you what, I need the jury to step out momentarily, okay?
All rise. All jurors are out, Judge.
Okay. Okay, so, Ms. Lyle, I just want to first acknowledge that I recognize this is very stressful for you and scary. I do. But the jury has determined your son's guilt. That issue's been settled. And we're not going to revisit that in front of the jury. So I just want to encourage you with regards to your penalty phase testimony. The best thing you could do for your son is just express all of the wonderful characteristics about him, okay? And how deeply you love him and how deeply he's loved by his family. This is not the time to be readdressing any of the facts of this case. All right, I just want to make sure that's clear, because I want to allow Ms. Finkelstein the chance to ask you the questions she wants to ask you and for you to relay this important information to the jury. But if we start going sideways into issues that are not pertinent to this phase of the trial, then the state's going to have to object, I'm going to have to rule, and then it just really, it lessens the impact, really.
I just have one question. If I say, well, what I was going to say is, this is not the son that I know, is that a part of the...
That's fine. I think, because you did testify previously in the co-defendant's case, I think just based upon that, I suspect the state's a little concerned that we're going to start heading down. And so just as long as we all understand what we're doing here, then it should be fine, okay? Okay. All right.
And I can kind of guide you through it. And I think it was because you said presented, and then that seems like evidence, and we don't want to talk about the evidence and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's bring the jury back in. Okay, I tell you what, let's let's go ahead. We'll just take our own quick 5-minute comfort break, okay? So, Ms. Law, we're just going to take a welcome. You can stay there, but you don't have to. Talk to any, step down. It's fine. The most important thing is you just can't talk to anybody about you make.
To microphone. So you were telling the jury. You comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, get in there and get into the microphone. So you were telling the jury, what about Sean's character? Do you want the jury to know? How is he as a son?
As a son, he's a sweetheart. He's helpful. He's considerate. He's kind. He's always thinking about what he can do to make somebody smile or just to help out in any way. He's been so caring and thoughtful for me, even though that's my job is mostly to take care of Sean. But he's run into the person who's like, Mom, really? And he like kind of reels me back. He's mature in that way. He's very mature.
And we've heard a lot about, you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what branch?
I was in the Marine Corps.
You moved around a lot when Sean was younger?
We did, yes.
And how do you think that he adjusted to that?
I think it made him, he never became someone who would chase popularity or have a large group of friends. The friends that he does have, it's a small circle, and they're very close to each other. On a Friday or Saturday night, you wouldn't find him out at a club or hanging out or anything like that. You'd most likely find him and his 2 or 3 best friends, sitting at my house talking about who knows what all night long. And I'd get, wrapped up in there, and they'd have debates, and it was something that was so nice to see in, young men of this day and age, where it wasn't just about music or it wasn't just about superficial things. Like, they really had real, deep, meaningful conversations.
And is Nehemiah Tudor, is he one of those friends?
Yes.
So we talked to him yesterday, and he was kind of sharing some of the things that they would do. And that was when you were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
When did you, give us kind of a time frame? We've heard about obviously traveling in the military. We've heard about living in Mississippi. When did you guys move to Jacksonville?
We moved to Jacksonville in 2016 after I retired from the Marine Corps.
2016?
Yes.
Okay, and did you stay there consistently till now, or?
Yes.
At any point, did Sean move from Jacksonville?
Yes, he moved from Jacksonville. I want to say it was 2020 or 2021. He moved out to California with his dad for a while.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
How long was he there?
He was there for approximately, I would say, 1.5 years, 2 years.
What was his relationship like with his biological father?
It wasn't a good relationship. My experience with their father, which is the main reason why we were divorced, he had a very volatile temper, and I think as Sean grew older, I don't think he was the kind of person who would see like another confident male, even if it is his son. Maybe he was threatened by the person that Sean was becoming, but in my opinion, their dad was pretty insecure. So,
did it seem to be more volatile as Sean got older, like not when he was a little kid?
As Sean got older, yes.
What about Sean's behavior? Did you have behavior issues with him? Did he have to be punished a lot?
No, Sean was such a good kid. No, he was mature. He was, so like he could be serious and really understand what he was supposed to do. It didn't mean he always did it. He did the usual kid things. You had to tell him 2 or 3 times, hey, go clean up your room, do the dishes, stuff like that. But he never made a big fuss about it. We didn't really have any arguments. And we had one argument, and I think it was more just about frustration, about trying to figure out, oh, no, here we go. So when he started college the first semester.
Where did he go to college?
He went to FSCJ. So the first semester, I paid for the first semester and everything, and he, went to, but his grades were not that good. Like, he was doing, I think it was like C's and stuff like that. And I said, hey, if you don't, I was like, I'm not paying for another semester. You're going to have to pay for it. So he started working, and he completely turned his grades around. And I was like, when you have investment in, your own thing, and mama's not paying for it, and you got to use your own money for it, I think it really gave him like a kick in the butt to realize that, hey, you gotta take this seriously when you're the one who's invested.
Where was he working to pay for school?
He worked a number of places. He worked at the Omni Hotel, one of the restaurants there up in Amelia Island, but he also did his pressure washing and photography. He did social media for a few of the clubs here in Jacksonville. He did, what do you call it?
Hold on, bro. It's the same lady, though.
Ma'am, it's your testimony that you have not seen your son with firearms as well, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you states 118. Do you recognize this firearm?
I can't tell a serial number. It's on the wrong side.
Well, what's on the front of the firearm?
I'm sorry?
What's on the front of the firearm underneath the barrel?
It looks like a scope.
Do you have a firearm or a handgun with a scope that looks like that?
Similar to that, yes. But I can't tell if that's my weapon because I can't see the serial number.
Well, surely you can tell because it has a Glock switch on it, and you've indicated you don't have a Glock switch, right?
Right.
Okay. And this is not your, I'm sorry.
The handguard?
This is not your hand, is it?
No.
And this is an extraction from your son's device. Do you understand that?
If that's what you claim, it doesn't.
In advance of you testifying here today, did you ask your son whether there was anything incriminating on his phone?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask your son whether he had taken firearms out of your safe?
No.
You
I don't
surely
believe
didn't ask
so.
your. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't believe so, no.
You surely didn't ask your son whether he had taken your firearms and used those in a homicide, correct?
Oh, correct.
How about in 118B here? Do you recognize this firearm?
That looks like a, yeah, that's a Glock 9mm.
Okay. Do you recognize it as belonging to you, ma'am?
No, I can't read the serial number on it.
Surely you can admit that those are not your legs.
No, and I can't say that that's my gun either.
Okay. And lastly, we'll show you 118C. Did you teach your son how to dismantle an assault rifle?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You don't recognize these pictures from his device?
No, I don't. I don't see any reference. I don't see anything to reference it to. It's just, it's a barrel on a sheet.
Sure, I'm just asking whether you recognize it, ma'am.
No,
That's
I
all.
don't.
Okay. And you lastly have indicated that you do not know your, actually one more. Did you have an opportunity to, at least in your inventory of what was taken or seized by law enforcement, understand that several assault rifles were missing?
No, I never got an inventory from JSO.
Well, you said you replaced the 2 assault rifles.
I knew those were taken. I knew those were taken, definitely, because when I went home after the search was done, they were missing.
Okay.
And I know where they are.
Were they the only 2 weapons that were missing?
Well, I don't know what JSO took.
Which indicates you don't know what you had.
No. They took, I know they took the 2 ARs and they took some of my 9mm. I think 2 of my 9mm, actually.
The exhibit that I previously identified as having been a photograph on co-defendant Rashad Murphy's device. Do you remember me showing you this photograph?
Yes.
5 more likes to get us to 170, guys. 5 more likes. Run it up, please.
Certainly, if your son didn't have access to the firearms, or at least that's what your testimony is, you would not allow his friends to have access to those firearms. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Did your son explain to you that he sent a text message to Gutazay or Isaiah Chance on April 27th of 2024, but with that same identical photograph?
No.
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 Did you know your son or Isaiah Chance to have access to those assault rifles in March or April of 2024?
No.
I'm going to show you what I will identify as State's Exhibit 119. So it would be your testimony that you do not recognize this communication between GZ or Gutazay and your son.
These are not my devices and not my communications, so I can't be asked to identify who they are.
I'm not asking you to identify who they are. I'm asking you if you're aware of the communication. So the answer to that is no.
Well, they're not on my phone, so no, I wouldn't be aware of these communications.
But you are aware that you did not give either permission to access your safe or your firearms, correct?
Correct.
Sean had his own safe in his room.
I'm going to go ahead and publish this photograph of what? Of this message exchange, states 119. The state would seek to admit this exhibit, Your Honor, 119.
Any objection? No objection. Is it 118 or 119? 118?
119. Prior was 118, yes.
Yes.
I can't that's right. You've indicated you don't recognize this and did not allow access to these weapons on March 27th of 2023, correct?
Correct. I think that's 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024, thank you, ma'am. So you would not have known anything about this same depiction being messaged between or on Rashad Murphy's device in the 2 days before the homicide. Do you know Rashad Murphy?
No, I don't.
Any reason for Rashad Murphy to have anything from your son's device? Never came around with your son?
No. I thought you said those pictures went to my son.
They did. They did. From
So why would they
Gadaze,
go to my-
your son's best friend. Remember him? Do you remember him?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying if they're in my home, why would the photo of my weapons in my home be sent to my son who lives at the home?
Yeah, I couldn't explain to you why your son and his best friend were sending photographs of the weapons around that you have, but I'm just asking you why they have access to them.
I'm not saying that those are my weapons. Like I said before, there's no context to it where I can identify where this was taken. You said it's on the phone, that's fine. But there's no context. There's nothing that I can identify as something from my home.
There's no question. The context is you've
Mama
indicated
wrong?
your son, other than the one time you took him to that firing range, would not have access to all of your
Correct.
assault weapons.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Lastly, you've indicated that your son is not in fact in a gang. Is that right?
That is right.
But you admit that you yourself, you said today, I think, that you are a gang associate according to Florida statute.
Yeah, according to Florida statute,
So you're
because,
familiar.
yeah, I am familiar, I looked it up, because according to Florida statute, if you associate with a known gang member, which is only known to law enforcement, not to any individual person.
Is that extra bit that you've added there, the portion?
No, actually, that's the reality of it.
The statute
So
says.
if you willingly associate with a known gang member,
Correct.
then you are considered a gang associate.
It's not a question. What's the question?
Well, she said I willingly admitted to being a gang member. I just wanted to clarify that.
That's fine. And Mr. McClimate will be able to clear anything up on redirect. So what's the next question?
You've indicated that you do not have any information about your son being a gang member
Correct.
or a gang associate.
Correct.
To me, he sounded very innocent. Sean Gath, right? He was claiming.
We went to those places out because someone is a dependable person. Keeps up.
Call this right here.
Ain't giving out no pass, young nigga don't get exempted. I won't let her get the best of me to chop on my protection. He got stunning on the ground, so I showed her unexpected. Fully think with 223, caught him out like it's an edit. Same nigga, new cool, and a lot of fucking guns. He was speaking on okay, now his bitch ass in my lungs. Got the edit, same nigga, new cool, and a lot of fucking guns. He was speaking on okay, now his bitch ass in my lungs. Got the Ain't giving out no pass, young nigga don't get exempted. I won't let her get the best of me to chop on my protection. He got stunning on the ground, so I showed her unexpected. Fully think with 223, caught him out like it's an edit. Same nigga, new cool, and a lot of fucking guns. He was speaking on okay, now his bitch ass in my lungs. Got the rock, clear the lane, dunking on shit like LeBron. Goddamn, it's been some time since I seen my nigga run. I'm sliding for my niggas, don't care if he right or wrong. Her man don't hit her right, girl, I know what you want. She take it like a chance, she be fucking with LaShawn. Bet it over, shake that ass while I fuck you to the
150 in the bank, nigga. This shit big talk. I can't fuck that bitch cause I love her, don't get my dick hard. Riding in the race, stolo sign, we in fast cars. Mileage on that pussy, I won't cut cause she a NASCAR. Wait, that stupid nigga tryna act hard. Stephen Curry put a hit by 3 and then I take off. I've been sending hits around this bitch.
Nigga sending hits around this bitch. Nigga say he been sending hits. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie, that shit kind of slide, don't it? Run them likes up. 5 more, get us to 180. Hold on. Hold on.
Ain't giving out no pass, young nigga don't get exempted. I won't let her get the best of me to chop on my protection. He got stunning on the ground, so I showed her unexpected. Fully think with 223, caught him out like it's an edit. Same nigga, new cool, and a lot of fucking guns. He was speaking on okay, now his bitch ass in my lungs. Got the rock, clear the lane, dunking on shit like LeBron. Goddamn, it's been some time since I seen my nigga run. I'm sliding for my niggas, don't care if he right or wrong. Her man don't hit her right, girl, I know what you want. She take it like a chance, she be fucking with LaShawn. Bet it over, shake that ass while I fuck you to the
150 in the bank, nigga. This shit big talk. I can't fuck that bitch cause I love her, don't get my dick hard. Riding in the race, stolo sign, we in fast cars. Mileage on that pussy, I won't cut cause she a NASCAR. Wait, that stupid nigga tryna act hard. Stephen Curry put a hit by 3 and then I
Oh, that's the little part. Nigga say, wait.
Riding in the race, the little sign, we in fast cars. Mileage on that pussy, I won't cut cause she a NASCAR. Wait, that stupid nigga
Hey!
Stephen Curry put a hit by 3 and then I take off.
Hold on, dog. When that nigga say, wait, that's the little part, dog. They fucked up, dog. They threw it away, bro. They threw it away. They threw it away. This shit was kind of sliding, dog. Hold on, dog. Here. Hold on. Let's go. Fuck it.
Giving out no pass, young nigga don't get exempted. I won't let her get the best of me to chop on my protection. He kept starting on the ground, so I showed her unexpected. Fully think with 223, caught him out like it's an edit. Same nigga, new cool, and a lot of fucking guns. He was speaking on the cake, now his bitch has in my lungs. Got the rock, clear the lane, dunking on shit like LeBron. Goddamn, it's been some time since I seen my nigga run. I'm sliding for my niggas, don't care if he right or wrong. Her man don't hit her right, girl, I don't know what you want. She take it like a chance, she be fucking with LaShawn. Bend it over, shake that ass while I fuck you.
50 in the bank, nigga. This shit big tar. I can't fuck that bitch cause that little hoe don't get my dick hard. Riding in the race, the little sign, we in fast cars. Mileage on that pussy, I won't cut cause she a NASCAR. Wait. That stupid nigga tryna act hard. Stephen Curry put a hit by 3 and then I take off. I've been sending hits around this bitch.
Hey! Run that shit back. Hold on. Ain't that him? That ain't. Sean was sliding. Hold on, Sean was sliding.
So, there was times, like I said, where you struggled, even if you wasn't.
Uh-oh. Hey! Wait.
Bend it over, shake that ass while I fuck you.
150 in the bank, nigga. This shit big tar. I can't fuck that bitch cause that little hoe don't get my dick hard. Riding in the race, the little sign, we in fast cars. Mileage on that pussy, I won't cut cause she a NASCAR. Wait, that stupid nigga tryna act hard.
Get him out of here.
I fuck with that.
I fuck with that.
What?
Y'all see that? What was that? It's posting this. The one that was on the stand, that's who's posting this. This was Sean throwing up gang signs, unfortunately. He gonna do one. He shooting guns. Talking about, oh, this really just sign language. These dudes, Sean is a good kid. This is sign language. That's all fast. It's like that. Look at that. Look at that. What's this? Hold on. Sign. And that's the pinky. I'm not doing it. Ground. Who is that? Say it.
Then you get rolled up.
His sister got on the stand and said, yeah, we was doing the Kodak Glee. Like, you know the Kodak Glee? No, they don't know what the Kodak Glee is. Anyway.
You've indicated that you do not have any information about your son being a gang member.
Correct.
Or a gang associate.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits A through F. Please take a look at those photographs.
Okay, what gang sign is this supposedly for?
Okay, well,
Have
just
you
wait.
had an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Exception of one which depicts during which the detectives testified about what a 1200 gang sign would look like.
No, I didn't.
You did not watch the
I
detectives.
did not see that portion, no.
Ma'am, please. You did not watch detectives Dravick or Nieder or Griffin testify.
Not testify about gang signs, no.
You did not see the gang
Wow.
charts that were published in this case.
I saw the gang charts, yes.
Did you see anything on the gang charts that would have been indicative of a gang sign?
I don't believe so.
And it's your testimony that you cannot identify your son as being involved in any gangs. Is that right?
That is right.
I'm going to may I please seek to admit Your Honor states 114C, A through F.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Who is the individual depicted in states 114E, ma'am?
And, I'm sorry, it's 114,
A through F.
114?
114 A through F.
A through F, okay, thank you.
I'm not sure.
This is not Isaiah Chance. You're not sure?
Well, I can't see the face. I'm not really sure.
Sure, ma'am. How about 114D?
Oh, that's Sean.
And who else is in the photograph that you know?
I know the other two people in the photograph.
Right. Who are they, please?
I'm not going to give you their names.
Okay. You're refusing to give the names?
Well, I don't think it's appropriate.
Oh, okay. Well, you're under oath to tell the truth. So
I am, and I truly believe it's not appropriate.
Okay, well, I guess you're the judge now. Okay, go ahead. What's the next question?
They're not involved in this.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to see all three charts that were presented in court?
Why did it seem like the judge took that one personal? You know? Why did it, Judge, why'd you take that one so personal that she didn't answer that question?
I believe I saw one chart.
Do you know which gang it was for?
It was the one that had
Run the lights up, guys. 4 more lights get us to 185. Let's go.
my son on there as an associate. I remember that one.
Which one?
So I don't remember which name that was, but I remember his picture on there as an associate.
I'm showing you states 114F. Do you recognize the individual depicted in 114F, ma'am?
Yes.
Who is that individual?
That's my son.
How about 114B, ma'am? Is your son depicted also in this one?
Yes.
Which individual is your son in 114B?
He's the one with the hat.
Is he in the center of the photograph?
Yes, on the left.
Is your daughter also depicted in the photograph?
Perhaps.
To stay on some bullshit, because you just asked about the daughter in the other picture. She didn't want to identify. So is that your daughter in this photograph? Come on now.
Perhaps. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Identify.
As a multimillionaire. How much time? All right, it's been an hour and a half. The jury has been deliberating for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Let's see. Let's see where this goes. Ace Man says prosecutors are savages. Kev says if she didn't want to say who they were, she probably would have been better off saying she didn't know them. How you gonna say you don't know your own daughter and they know that? But then she get perjury. Rob Ben says they fishing. Lim says diss Kendrick on Iceman. Kev says like she under oath to say the truth. Yeah, that's why she could just say I don't want to say him. Xed says in the street, Sean converted to his mom. In the street, Sean converted to his mom's side. In the court, he converted to his dad's side. J Rock World says the screen is too small. Oh, that was some old shit. That was yesterday, bro. My bad. That was from yesterday. That was yesterday's live. Clawin says the do it, Stu. J Rock World says we can't see nothing. Oh, he was talking. Oh, you saw it yesterday. I thought you was here yesterday. Stay Striving says the first album the hardest. I can't get with the new flows. Kev says Dukes was cap as fuck. Your friend says they do it as if it's on TV show. Or they do it as if it's on the TV show. They act like life is a TV show. A quote on reality TV show. That man said TV show in like 6 times in 2 sentences. Shout out to you. Rob Ben says perjury. Stay Striving Cheese says I listened to the first few songs. It's okay. He dropped 3 albums. Your friend says why ends are commercial shooters. Everything is commercialized. Big Homie Slim says, who listened to Iceman? I haven't heard it yet, but everybody talking about it. I'm seeing more people saying it's mid than it's fire. The few songs I heard are mid. Shade of Sad says, them boys are some killers. Stay Striving says, Flow Rider music better than theirs. Oh, you talking about that shit we was just listening to? Yeah, man, that shit is trash. But hey, let's, while we're here, you try to make the best of whatever time you have, man. And I'm a person who likes to smile because it's already so much to cry, frown, whine, bitch, moan, complain about, right? Life gonna deal you lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm a person who likes to make lemonade. So we just enjoy our time, even though we're here for what is not obviously not a joyous occasion, right? We are all gathered here, but this isn't a joyous occasion, even though somehow we managed to create a good time and have an atmosphere of fun surrounding this whole thing. This is nothing to celebrate for either side, if you ask me, because I don't have a dog in the fight. To me, everybody lost. Every family lost. Every one of them, the deceased and the incarcerated, all lost. Like, everybody lost. Hold on, I see the judge. Just because we see the judge don't mean nothing yet, though. Let's go. But yeah, regardless, it's a vibe, it's energy, you know what I'm saying? We stay upbeat, especially, man, it's Friday. We trying to make sure we stay as much as in a good mood as we can, stay as positive as we can in the midst of whatever's going on, right? That's what we do around here. 2 more likes to get us to 190. Y'all keep running it up, please. Keep running it up, please. Let me see. Lim says 2 hours for sure. Your friend says commercialized ass world. Y'all some sheep for real. Damn, who's y'all? Impedio says we like the song because we know how it ended. Oh, we still talking about that Lauryn Hill sample that Shooter Sean made. Your friend TV says, your friend, mix him with somebody else TV. Your friend says, goofy ass kids. In fact, indeed, brother, I agree. Slim Jones says, that shit go crazy. Man, that song don't go crazy, bro. Stop playing, bro. That song don't go crazy. It's funny, though, the one little catchy part when he was like, stop. It's on some whatever, blah, 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 back to doing drills and taking lives and being a piece of shit and debauchery every day. Yeah, whatever he said, that part where he said stop, that's catchy, but man, that song, get that shit out of here. Slim Jones with the fire emojis. Ace Man said, yeah, Sean was sliding, now he crying. IKF says 1 hour and 20 minutes. Stay Striving says that shit phony, Rumor. Please don't play that shit again, man. Please. Nah. Oh man. I'm playing too much sometimes, bro. I can admit that. I think that's how you stay alive, man. Have a youthful spirit. Or at least that's how you make the best of a situation. You know what I'm talking about? Your friend says, yep, play it again. No, not play it again. Miss Duval with the laughing emojis, and PDO says, damn. You don't want to hear that shit. Big homie Slim with the laughing emojis. Your friend says, whatever happened to grown men listening to grown man music? He said, yep, hype that whack shit up. I think he thought I actually liked that music and I had it in the playlist or something. He must be new here, but shout out to you though. Lim says, the beat. Okay, Mike from the Ville, Impedio crying Sean. Impedio crying Sean and his crying friend. Don't tell me that's crying Sean rapping and Impedio said, that y'all funny, man. Stay Striving said, Purple Crocs should know he gonna shoot, not fight. Sucks ass, little nigga. Damn. Miss Duval said, Lauryn Hill. Your friend said, God bless Lauryn Hill. I'm sorry they effing up your shit. I agree. Miss Duval said, why Rumor bouncing to that bull? Cause that was that heat, that song of the year going platinum. They talking about Drake dropped. No, I'm like, Sean just dropped. You ain't hear that new Shooter Sean? Iceman just dropped. No, nigga, Life Man just dropped. You ever heard Life Man? Shooter Sean? You ain't play. Turn that shit on. Big homie said it low key kinda snapped. Yeah, it's not horrible. But I think knowing it's coming from a horrible person, and then you look at how much opportunity and stuff he threw away, it just makes it all more. You talking about putting out hits and all this other. It's like, bro, you blew it, bro. Everything you say is trash at this point, right? Z says, never. Crickets. Clay Richards don't want to hear it, see it, nothing. Your friend says, trash ass music. Miss Duval said he thought he was crude. Big homie, what up, chat? What up, Rumor? Been working like crazy. I'm in them bushes, though. Hey, man, get that money on. You already know priorities come first, bro. We salute you for taking care of, you know? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. How long have we been here? How long have we been here? Shout out to y'all, man. Another gamer says, just the old school beat. Slim Jones says, fire. Nurse Lady, LOL. Purple says, good day, Mr. R and funny. Slim Jones says, was big homie motherfucker gonna learn how to take a joke or a troll. Super Clap says, Sean, I have a song for you. Cry, baby, cry, baby, cry. Slim Jones said, that shit was fire. Nurse Lady T said, hey, like little baby. Am I come to my house? Hey, am I my house? Hey. I hate that fucking song. That nigga little baby sound like Hank Hill. He sound like a plane flying by. It sound like a mosquito going past your ear. It just sound like all I hate that fucking song. Anyway, Mike from the Field says, I'm going back to listening to MJ. Nicholas Powell says, what's good, fam? What up with it? Slim Jones, Big Geezy, RUMORNATI Network. Let's go. Super Class with the LOL. Where we at? Nurse Lady T say, it's trash. The song trash? Oh, Nurse Lady say it was the beat. And I agree, it's trash. You know what it is? Man, oh, shit. Are they coming back already? Hey, am I in my house? Hey, hey. I hate that fucking song. Dwight Brinson said, what did I miss, big dog? Nothing. We waiting on it right now, bro. It seems like it's about to happen a lot sooner than expected. Wow. Uh-oh.
Mr. Gonzalez, are we waiting for Mr. Hernandez or no?
Judge, he was not with us downstairs.
Nurse Lady T says, shout me out, Rumor. Hold on, where y'all at?
I'm sure he's close. If you don't mind, can I text him for 1 minute, Judge?
Top 10. Oh, you in the top 4. This shit about to happen. 1 Anonymous, 2 Another Game of 3 Lim, 4 Nurse Lady T, 5 Slim Jones McGeezy, 6 Mike from the Ville, 7 I Kev OD, 8 Rob Bend, 9 Shada Sash, and 10 Clay Richards. Number 11 honorable mention Stay Striving Cheese. Let's go. 4 more likes to get us to 195. 4 more likes to get us to 195, y'all. Oh my gosh, this shit was fast. This was so fucking fast. Was this 2 hours? This wasn't 2 hours. Nurse Lady, run it up real quick. Tone Capone says drum roll, y'all. Nurse Lady, run it up, run it up. Rob Ben says, watch them deputies when the verdict is read. Yeah, I'm man.
He's at Starbucks, Judge, which is, I guess, on the corner. Yeah. 4 blocks away.
Not Hank here. What's that nigga name? What's that show? With the dog Brian, not Hank Hill. He sound like when bruh laugh. What's his name? Peter Griffin. Sound like, yeah. Mr. Carlo. Mr. Carlo, around here we shout out the chat and we show love and we stay active. When the court get When the court get to proceeding, that's when we get quiet. Right now, super duper salute to you. Stay active in that chat, bro. We on top of everything that's going on in here, brother. We do this daily. Subscribe and come back. Hey, come back. The jury ain't even in there. Nigga want to hear the paper getting folded. Hold on, bro. They folding paper. Shut up. They folding paper, nigga. She flipping pages. Be quiet. I hear chairs moving. Be quiet. No, nigga. I'm gonna shout my chat out. Shout out to the livest chat in the game, the most aggravating chat in the game, and the most appreciated chat in the world. 3 more likes will get us to 200. Y'all run it up, please. Y'all so aggravating.
So aggravating as hell, man.
Appreciate y'all. Keep going. 3 more likes. Let's go. Uh-oh. Time to get quiet, guys. We need 3 likes. Run it up, please. Oh, shit. All right, I'm going on mute. 3 likes, y'all. 3 likes, y'all, please. Yeah, if you're watching on another channel, don't come in here saying the verdict or you will be blocked. You will be blocked. I'm watching from another channel too. It's only like a half second ahead, but don't come in here with it. You will be blocked. You will never return, ever. I swear to God.
Very good. Everyone have a seat. And it's my understanding right, very good. You would hand the verdict form to Bill.
200 likes. Let's go. I'm quiet. I'm muting up now. Thank y'all. Damn.
Defendant Isaiah Chance, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, finds Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, Miss C.S., foreperson of the jury.
Isaiah got life.
Defendant Sean Gathright, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Everybody else should get life then.
Day of May 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. CS for a person of the jury. Defendant Rashad Murphy. Verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We,
if you spared Sean, spare them.
The state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes.
You got to spare the Murphys if you spared Sean.
We unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more of the aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. CS for a person of the jury. Defendant Davion Murphy. Verdict form, jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, CS for a person of the jury.
All right, members of the jury, now I'm going to ask you all the same question, similar to what happened after the guilt phase of Foolio. So, I'm going to ask you about the jury's decisions that you have just heard. Juror number 9, initials EM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 16, initials AM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 19, initials LY. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 24, initials WW. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 32, initials CRP. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 47, initials AM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 49, initials CG. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided. And juror 167, initials J.E. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? All right, I have one last formal instruction for you all, then I have something more personal to say. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On a much more personal note, these are tough cases. These are tough cases. And I've handled a lot of tough cases. This is my first rodeo as far as handling tough cases. This one takes the cake. This one was one of the up to date, in my 24 years of doing this as a judge, one of the toughest cases. And you all are amazing. You're amazing people. You are smart, you are attentive, you are patient, and you are just. You're just. And I just want, on behalf of everyone involved, not just the parties, the attorneys, myself, our entire community owes you a debt of gratitude. And I wish I could do something more for you other than just say how amazing you are. I did have the bailiff give you all just a small medallion, it's just a token. I wish there was more that I could do, but that is all I can do. You all should go home, and as you resume your lives, be so proud of yourselves for the citizens you are and the sacrifice that you made for all of us in our legal system. We are eternally grateful. With that, your jury service is now concluded. Thank you.
All right. Jury's out there.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we need to set a date for sentencing and all post-trial motions. All right? So, how much time do you all need to get the motions drafted? We're looking sometime in June?
Yes, Judge, I would ask for a couple of weeks.
Okay. So, I know summer can be a little tricky. How are you guys looking the week of June 22nd? I could do the 22nd anytime, the 23rd in the morning.
Judge, the 22nd would work in the afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez.
Fine with 22nd, the afternoon, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Finkelstein. That works. Okay. Mr. Sonardi, Ms. Toomey.
Afternoon is fine.
Okay. Mr. Petrides.
I have a trial that week, but just a one day here in Hillsborough, so I can just get it someday that week.
Sure. And just let me know who the judge is. I'll make a call. Not to worry.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to set sentencing for June 22nd at 1:30, and all post-trial motions need to be filed no later than June 15th. Actually, make that June 12th close of business, and the state if you're going to follow the law, you got to do things. Okay. All right, very good. And sentencing, if anybody would like to speak, they can. That would be from the victim's family or friends. Same with defendants. I mean, the sentence is mandatory, but cases like this, when it comes to sentencing, I would like to give everyone a chance to say whatever they feel needs to be said, as long as it's respectful. Okay? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, very good. See you all then. We are concluded. All right, very good. It's my understanding the jury has reached a verdict, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bring in.
Thank you, Judge.
And there's not to be any audible reaction after. And it's my understanding the verdict form is prepared.
Isaiah Chance. Defendant Isaiah Chance, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, finds Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, Miss C.S., foreperson of the jury. Defendant Sean Gathright, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, C.S., foreperson of the jury. Defendant Rashad Murphy, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more of the aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. See S for a person of the jury. Defendant Davion Murphy. Jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, see S for a person of the jury.
They have been spared, at least from a death date. They're still in a terrible place. They still have every worry that every other prisoner has, just being in that environment, on top of having gang beef. My question is, will they, I don't know the answer. I don't know. So there's no chance for an appeal. There's no technicality they can find on the case. Nothing, right? This is the end of the road for these guys, right? Just threw it all away. The Discord is open if anybody wants to come up. I implore you guys. Come up. I'm just bullshitting. I ain't begging for shit. But yeah, come up. Discord is open, man. You guys can come up, voice your opinions, speak on how you feel about the case. Discord is wide open. Everybody is invited. Just go to the main page of this channel, click the link right above the subscribe button, and it's right there. Come up, be vocal, voice your opinions. 217 likes. 3 more will get us to 220. Let me shout out the top commenters, man. This is crazy. Is this outcome something that anybody expect anything different? let's be honest. Let's keep it 1,000, man. Keep it hot. How many of you guys expected the death penalty? Were there any surprises? I had to make sure that shit was turned off. Any surprises? Was anybody surprised? How many of you were expecting the death penalty? Expecting. One more like to get us to 225, guys. Run it up, please. Rob Bend says, any one of them get out early, they rat someone out. Hold on. So now, let me ask a question. Rob says, I thought one would have. Nurse Lady T says they won't be on grounds or working for a while. They're going to be on PC. Shay says she thought that they would have gotten the death penalty. I thought they was going to deep fry them killers. West 33 says they don't give death penalty out much these days anymore. Ramel Durant says, how long did the girl get? She didn't get sentenced yet. Kev says they were spared. Rob says any one of them, get out early, they rat someone out. Okay, with that being said, right? Hold on. Kev says I wasn't expecting it, but they most definitely deserve it. Wow. Strong words, man. I have a question. Gutter Zay, Isaiah Chance. Remember the text where he said he knew who's really stepping on shit out here in the war? What they say, stepping and whacking and sliding and smacking. All of these are synonymous with homicide. So when he says, I know who was really a factor, I know who's really catching hats, as they say, out here. Is there a chance he might use that information for himself to help get something, at least a chance at parole? Is there a chance that they can get out with information? Because I don't know. I'm just asking because I don't know, guys. I'm not ashamed to say I don't know, right? I'm only asking, and I'm gonna ask this question as well. If information can get you out, what about when Sean's friend made that post and this person said, bro didn't give no information or say no names? What information is there and what names could he say? If these are the only people allegedly involved in this case, right? What information could he give and what names could he say? Which further hold on, I got a question. Let me put the poll up. Hold on. I'm about to get to the chat. I see y'all. I see people starting to answer the question that I posed. Cause I don't know. I will. Let's find out. I don't need nothing they can do. No matter what information they have, it's over. It's over. Or they not get, all right, never mind. Ain't nothing they can do. All right, it's fried. They fried. Okay, never mind. Well, let me ask y'all this. Is the RICO on the way? Is the Rico on the way? Is a Young and Ace ATK NHG Rico on the way? Is a J. Breezy Rico on the way? Is a Spinner Benz Whopper with the Chopper 1200 Rico on the way? What gang is J. Breezy? Wasn't he kind of like all of them? So that's why when I put the poll up last time, I was like J. and whatever gang he's in, or is he just one person, one solo force? And can it be a one-person Rico? Didn't Diddy get a one-person Rico? But is the Rico on the way, and if so, for who? At one point, it seemed like, I'm going to say this, the names are being mentioned too much for them to not be concerned. If I was Young and Ace, if I was J. Breezy, if I was Spinner Benz, if I was Whopper with the Chopper, any four of them, I would be concerned. I would be concerned. I would be weary. I would be watching, paying attention to what's going on, who's around me, anything funny. Nigga, I don't know. I might just leave. Russell Simmons. Yeah, where you at, bro? Yeah. No extradition, right? Bet. What's one name to sum all this up? When I See You? Because didn't two of them have a song called When I See You? Oh no, Foolio was When I See You, and theirs was Who I Smoke. But in the first line, he said, "When I see you, I'ma push your." Okay, you know all these operations, they have a catchy name. I just saw somebody in the chat say they might Rico hit them all at the same time. What would be the name? What would they call it? Operation Who I don't know. Them boys done threw it away, man. Y'all better stay out them courts. The judge around here just giving them out. All right. Fuck around and get you some time. They around here just giving it out. All right, Mike from the video says, no individual sentenced to life without parole do not have any chance of being released on parole. They will spend the rest of their natural life in prison. Yeah, okay, somebody's debating about the parole. Yeah, because we are talking about cooperation. So I guess I'll read the chat, see what y'all got going on in there. Someone says up to no damn good says duh. So maybe that's who they going back and forth with. I don't know. Scintillating Whip says, notice they keep trying to put Spinner Benz as ATK. Really Real says ATK Rico apprehend all them killers. XY. Oh, why you mad says they would pull the big names and leave the little characters out because they would want to show the public. Mike from the video says, so how snitching gonna free them exactly? Why people gotta stay out themselves? Gotta know the laws you breaking. And consequences of the law. Really Real says ATK Rico apprehend all them killers. Oh, I read that. Nurse City T says, what's a better prison? Here in Florida, they bounce you around, Rob says. He said they make seem, yup. That makes seem, yup, they be moved to a better prison. Oh, that makes sense. I saw SE, nigga. I thought it was an I. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. I care says definitely get the fuck out this country is their best bet. Gloria Brazil says they're going to do them all at one time. Slim says, oh yeah, I'm dropping dime on Ace. I don't like this shit one bit. I'm going to drop a dime on that nigga. West says no matter what they say, they're going to Oh, they are gone for life. Even if they gave up unsolved murders, they still won't get out. If anything, they will get sent to a better prison. Oh, that's why Nurse Lady T said, what's a better prison? Hey, guys, $sign the Rumonati Network, $sign the Rumonati Network. We've been here for the duration of the trial, and be prepared for the next one, and stay locked in with the channel. We got content daily. We do this daily, man. We always pop in, pop up. Stay around. You know what I'm talking about? Lanier Pryor says, believe me, the authorities are not finished yet. It's a lot more people going to fall behind this. Why You Mad says, nah. If they got the right information, they could definitely be let out. Information is money. Information could get you anywhere in life. Oh, okay, I see what Mike from the video. Okay, Mike says Google is your friend. Nurse Lady T says they definitely gonna do a RICO. Bob says I think they'll get J-Dot next for sure. Really Real says Casanova got a one-person RICO. Oh, okay, boom, Casanova 2 times. He all right. Up to No Damn Good says they're giving them the death penalty to make them flip on ATK and Young and Ace. They're gonna execute Ace. Then they're gonna execute Ace. Well, I don't know. These boys didn't get the death penalty. Run it up, guys. 3 more likes will get us to 235. 3 more likes. Let's go. Okay, is that Demo Mandela? Rico is definitely on the way. Gloria Bazell says, hell yeah. Another gamer says, all that. Yes, Shady Sad said, for shit show. J-Rock says, what happened to the female? What did she get? Nothing. No, she got manslaughter. She got 2nd-degree manslaughter, and she hasn't been sentenced yet. Why You Mad says, for them to get let out on ratting, it would have to be something bigger than this case and worth the time if it's not going to be time reduced. Right, so, okay, maybe according to what Google says, no, right? But what if they let's just say they got somebody like, this is for example, alleged and this is speculative speech, all of that. Hypothetical, it's fake, it's fake, okay? What if, this is a what if, one of those guys just happened to have information on, I hate to say his name, this is a hypothetical, what if Young and Ace, hands-on taking a life, hands-on, and they have absolute proof. Do you think that would get them? I don't know. I'm just asking, and I see the chat going, so I gotta put it out there. And keep going, motherfucker. No, Gloria Bazell says if he doesn't get killed by the time he gets back to himself, he will have to go into witness protection or sit in jail for the rest of his life. Damn. Scintillating Whip says, and why did Chance go to other rooms every time too? You saw that, bro? What is Isaiah Chance doing in that other side room to the left? When everybody's going, it's 2 doors. The judge, the bailiffs, I don't know how that looks on your screen, but I'm holding up my right hand. Everybody was going out of the right door. All the defendants, the judge, everybody. Isaiah Chance is the only person going to the left when it's time to leave. Every time. But he's coming in through this right door. So either that's a bathroom, he going in there to boo-boo, throw up, cry in the car, whatever that is, or is he, I don't know. I don't know. Is it a office over there and I don't know. Speculative speech and all alleged is fake, actually. So don't get mad at me. I'm just going off what I seen. We posed this question, twice already. What was he doing in that other room? Or that other door? What's in that other door that he continuously goes in that other door? We looked into don't make me find that. Oh, y'all won't be able to see it because it's going to be small. All right, never mind. Anyway, let's continue to run it up, y'all. Let's continue to run it up. Nurse Lady T says definitely not giving out on her, them. Rob Ben says asking 5 years, time will tell. Abdullah says not much. Shady Sads, I don't think they will ever get out. My opinion. Nurse Lady says Queso came through PC. They don't have to ask. We can put them there as well. She said we can put them there like you work there or something. Robert says I did time. Oh, what camp you working at? Oh, they know. Okay. She do. Okay. Sheesh. Gloria Bazell says, everybody sound like everybody getting the RICO. Mike from the field says, how you avoid the facts though? LOL. No parole, fam. C. Sutton says, too late to cooperate now. Can't even do nothing, huh? Can't even do nothing. Siobhan J. No, they too young to get the DP. They're going to make, is that FIDC or is that FDC some millions? I can't really see. I think it looks like a FIDC, but I seen somebody earlier. I think they put FDC. Anyway, my friend says, yes, snitching won't free them at all. That shit is over. No chance at freedom at all, nigga. No matter what they do, they're not getting out. All right, cool. That's it. Abdullah says one of them is checking. Abdullah says one of them is checking in. Bottom line. What's checking in, y'all? Checking in the PC? Which one going to witness protection? Who going to witness protection? Damn, them niggas finna be witness protection. Wayne Henry says, why A still in the streets? Didn't he allegedly put the hit on Foolio? Oh, man. Hold on, y'all. This shit has come to a conclusion. Hold on real quick. You're going to see a black screen. Hold on real quick. Damn, they blew it. They threw it all away. Damn. Might be time to listen to the old man right now. Hold on.
Hey, I want to thank you. So do I give you a day for free or do I charge you $10,000? Which one? Old food and then come here and cook it and then want me to say the blessing over it? As a thief than you, I just can't justify. I said, and so I made a deal with my mother. I said, if you come down the basement and pray over what I stole, I'll come up here and pray over what you stole. I'm a better thief than you. I just can't justify it by religion. I see you come out them rich white folks' homes and stole food and then come here and cook it and then want me to say the blessing over it? I don't pray over stolen food. I was 9 years old, man. Out here looking and seeing things. Didn't know what it meant. Went to church. Heard all the stories. Why would the universal force that gave me everything I have give me hair if it had to be cut off? These little eyelashes have never been put where your feet is.
Heard about what they gonna do? Call Crime Stopper and say, hey, I just heard Yellow Man, Big Blackie, Monkey Man and some other unknown say they finna go to Tampa. I don't know if they gonna do it. That's what Karens do. That's what Karen and Toms do. It's called being proactive. Crime prevention and crime intervention. We don't just want crime intervention. We want crime prevention. So report suspicious activity.
Charleston White speaking on Foolio, LK.
At trial. One thing I can say about Thug and Yak got in him, they didn't show no remorse. Young Thug, he was in a Thug never didn't show no. This is what you gonna do. Yeah. All handsome is banned from the streets now. All yellow, cute, with wavy hair is banned from street activities going forward. I'm making a big homie call. Say, let it be known, all yellow. We catch yellow niggas in the streets. We get them to October 31st, Halloween. We better not catch a yellow on the block, sitting in the stairways at the apartment. Better not be talking about school. I got that gas in front of nobody's stove. All yellow got a curfew this summer. Sick of this shit.
Take responsibility and express my feelings.
No, you got a baby you finna leave behind. You done got the little yellow girl pregnant and you talking about responsibility. Fuck whatever responsibilities you got as the sheriff. You shot it. If you ain't up there crying, I'm sorry, throwing yourself on the mercy of the court or saying his mama. Fuck you, young. I ain't saying, man, fuck, I just been talking about my, yeah, you need to be doing what Big Blackie did in the interrogation room. Big Blackie went to rapping them songs. Shit, yeah, that's why I like Big Blackie. So, I can't, well, just listen.
About what's, this whole situation,
This is not a situation, boy. That's what I hate these public school kids, man. This is why I hate these public school kids. This done committed capital murder. Talking about a situation. No, that's not a situation. That's a crime. You done committed. Fool. You still talking about, no, that ain't no situation. A situation is arguing with the fat McDonald's because she didn't put no ketchup in her with some meat, paper towel. That's a situation. You and the white boy say, man, you better watch that white boy. What you say about me, boy? I ain't no boy. Man, I hurt you. I knocked you out, cracker. That's a situation. What y'all did, boy, was a tragedy. Yeah, it was a tragedy. Yeah, at least for Foolio it was. But he was tired of living anyway. Yeah, he was tired of living. Boy couldn't go nowhere. The boy had the pirate leg. Then the boy had got that leg shot off. So the boy can't stand up and fuck no more. He can't sleep good no more. And that bitch catching gangrene too, cause he laying around half-ass depressed in them hotels. Can't go nowhere. All his crew members is on the run, in jail, dead. His music is popping. His music ain't really popping, but he popping on the internet at No Jumper, Say Cheese TV, but he half doing bad and broke. Young and Ace at the time was kind of traveling, getting his game up. Yeah, that boy, Foolio, he was ready to go. Yeah, I look him in his eye that whole little weekend. Yeah, the boy was ready to go. He just wanted to get him some little, like most G do, give him a little, lock a few C's, hit some hand sign, and go a million streams and speed. He didn't want to live that long, y'all. Rex getting an AK shot through his knee, coming back at the hospital, playing like it don't hurt, with that morphine and them drugs on it, and then looking at that sore wound, trying to show up like he ain't feeling inadequate. Cause one thing about it, when you in them hospital and you on them pain medication, you can't get hard. Boy sitting up in the head, man, ain't feeling like no hell of an ass 4 extra. 4 extra trying to do the, man, he can't do it like he was doing it 4 in. So that's all I'm saying, man. So don't want to live too much long. Man, Foolio ain't the same with 2 good legs as he did with the pirate leg. Boy had the pirate's foot. Yeah. That's how they call him flipping. So this is what I learned from the Foolio death situation. I'm gonna get back to this in a minute. Them rappers talking all this gangster talking, shoot you with billboard sign. He gonna wake up if he see a bunch of them walk in like this unruly. Yeah, the concierge at the door, he just be playing. He lazy, but he respond. And he gonna respond. I be watching him. So late. I sleep well tonight in them hotel with high valet niggas. But back to this here. And I'm just saying, Foolio, that game 2 months ago. Boy, Foolio would have loved to see that. And get what? He probably would have been on there. He probably be streaming with that pirate leg. You know, probably just recovering. Probably can do jumping jacks by now. Cause yeah, he was still fucked up when he died with that leg.
For that, I just cannot
That's my nigga.
say sorry enough. You know,
That's my.
I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use.
Hey, listen. This was my co-defendant. Yeah. I was him on the stand, dressed up pretty with a good mama, good background. Yeah. We hearing and crying like I'm feeling sorry about what we done. My co-defendant, Doolittle, was doing this. He's still locked up today. And he had 75 years. He's still locked up today from doing with big boy Blackie. My co-defendant did this right here. What you doing? Look. Yeah, nigga, my
I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use anything for good that the devil wants it for bad. And so I am grateful for the people.
You ain't finna sit up here and say, you ain't finna sit up here and tell that lie. No, he ain't finna. Y'all didn't hear that nigga said, I know this ain't committed an act of capital murder, drove 7 miles to go get a nigga, stopped at least 5 times to fill up the tank, at least 4 times to pee, probably argued with 2 of them over the radio, went through all this here, checked into the hotel, laid back and patiently wait to kill this. You ain't finna get on here and say, on the stand in this white boy's courtroom, but God is meant for some good and for some bad. That ain't for us, big dog. That's what for grandmama and them. All that God meant to bad. No, it ain't good can come out of this. Nothing. Other than you go down there and switch over to Allah. Yeah, that's the only. You got to go down there and come out fam goon. Florida fam goon. Switch over Allah.
And so God can use anything for good that the devil.
No, he can't. God cannot use anything for good. He can't use anything for good. He can't. Man, that's why they ought to give you the death penalty. They ought to give you the death penalty. Because you're looking for some good in life. And you done stomped the shout in life. And listen, it wasn't even your people that got killed. You just going along just as handsome as you can be. And you come from a well-to-do background. Educated, articulate, should have been something in life. Fuck you doing in this car. Big and black and this boy here. You ain't had no business with this boy. Look how big and black that boy. You ain't.
That damn near the same shit we was saying, ain't it? Hold on. Let's go back.
All right, members of the jury, now I'm going to ask you all the same.
They really got off. I mean, damn, I didn't mean to say that. They got spared. Even though, well, did they really? I mean,
unanimously
niggas still
find
in
the state
prison.
proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, CS for person of the jury.
Shout out to Lim. Shout out to Lim for sending a $1 on PayPal, and you sent one the other day too. Shout out to Lim. So that's $2 PayPal super stepping Lim. I appreciate you, bro. Let's go. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Y'all hit that PayPal, hit that Cash App. It's always open 24/7. Hold on. All right. And earlier, okay, this from earlier. All right, yeah, we had Mike from the Ville with the $5 super step on Cash App, and I think that's Jagos Pro with the $2 super step on Cash App. Super duper salute to y'all. Much gratitude, man. Let's go. 2 more likes to get us to 245. 2 more likes to get us to 245. Yeah. Number 1. Top commenters right now. Number 1, we got Lim Osei. Number 2, we got Anonymous. Lim done crept up to number 1. Let's go. Number 2, we got Anonymous. Number 3, we got Another Gamer. Number 4, we got Slim Jones. Number 5, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 6, we got Rob Bend. Number 7, we got Nurse Lady T. Number 8, we got Shada Sash. Number 9, we got Miss Duval. Number 10, we got Clay Richards. And then number 11, honorable mention, we got I Kev O.D. I almost said the same wrong damn name. Willie says, Charles White be talking about some real shit. Sometimes he just talking facts now and with sense. Salute to him. Yeah, salute. West 33 says, yup, they about to be poked with all kind of ish. Damn. Downward Perp said, yo, word, Lynn, what's good? Play the video. Up to no good says, tag the Cash App to the chat. He is tripping. $, the Rumonati Network. $, the Rumonati Network. West 33 says the Murphy should be okay and the other 2 about to become pin cushions. Wow. Stoked Salmon. With the laugh, he says, ha, ha, ha. Anonymous says, life or no parole. We wanted some death. Miss Duval says, life. Davion was smiling. Yeah, Mel says, that's crazy. For real. For real what? Up to no good said his high yellow ass shouldn't did that Big Mama hurt waiting. Damn, Big Mama hurt. Damn, up to no good says Yella started crying at Mills. Oh, she asked were there any facial expressions or crying once the verdict was read. The family of Sean Gathright. It's a young lady who always been sitting behind him. She's been sitting there since the beginning with the braids in her hair, brown-skinned girl. His sister. Did his grandmother cry? I think Sean shed a little tear. That was it though. The rest of them, I didn't see Isaiah Chance cry. Devion, he just kind of curled his lips, shook his head, and like you could tell he was emotional. Whatever it was, he wasn't gonna show it. Rashad, that nigga done had one facial expression the entirety of the case. Rashad been looking one way the entirety of the case. Every now and then he might poke his lip out or tuck his lip in. Other than that, this dude is looking spaced out. No good says punch that like button. Punch that like button. Willie says, Charleston White, you're so right, bro. Foolio was killing people too. What goes around comes around. No. Does Foolio have any confirmed bodies? Does Foolio have any confirmed bodies? Diamond Perp, that's funny, but I ain't gonna lie, that's funny. But I'm gonna remove that comment and don't do that, brother. That's sexually disrespectful, and YouTube got a terms of service, bro. Don't do that. Over here, yeah, we fall under the guidelines. Told you make yourself at home, but don't put your shoes on the table. That means maintain some sort of respect. You can get comfortable, but maintain some sort of respect. No, you good. We got terms of service, man. Terms of service. Plus, we respect women over here anyway. Even though I be talking, I say bitch, I say hoe, but listen, when we talking about a woman, I always put the utmost respect on a woman. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to y'all, though. We gonna keep this motherfucker rolling for a little bit before we get out of here. No, you good, bro. You good. Vaughn Top Flight says, how you feel about the verdict? I feel like their lives were spared. There was more than enough evidence to go ahead and sentence them to the death penalty. I don't have a feeling either way because I don't have a dog in the fight. I would be lying to say I didn't have at least a slight bit of empathy for them, hearing the stories and what they came from. But at the end of the day, we all have consequences, and the law of the land determines the consequence for your actions when it comes to these type of situations, and it just is what it is. So I was watching with unbiased and accepting attitude, whatever the case would have been, but I probably would have made a little noise or been a little riled up if it would have been Sean Gathright life and any one of the Murphys the death penalty. I kind of knew I kind of knew Isaiah Chance wasn't gonna get the death penalty. I wasn't sure. I pretty much in my mind was like, if anybody is spared, it's gonna be him. But I definitely would have felt some kind of way and called all kind of unfairness and blamed it on, you know what, when they say, if they would have given the two Murphy guys the death penalty and allowed Sean Gathright to get life, yeah, I would have had something to say about that one. I would have had something to say about that one, man. Lanier Pryor says they're going to get as much physical labor out of them as possible. Vaughn says, we see a new case every year. It's like they're not learning. They won't. They continue to do the same thing. They'll look at this and think that they can do it smarter. Or some of them, you know what they do? They look at this and they accept it because they see how much it's talked about. This is unfortunately the clout that some of these young guys crave, bro. Unfortunately, this is the clout that some of these young guys crave. Bob Marley says Gus Azalian just bragged on his story. Prove it, Bob. Tell us where we can find it. What's his IG or something? I need to see that. Mel says, no, my chair is saying that you keep saying hi when you first entered the chat. Huh? Bob Marley says, how does he still have a phone? Mel says they trying to aggravate Slim says they're trying to aggravate the algorithm. Mel's BL says Ace eating chicken wings right now, watching this shit. Ms. Duval says, why Ace made that song though? Vaughn says definitely spared, but I know here in Florida they wasn't gonna kill him though. This was their first actual real crime. I just feel like the youth needed to see that it's not a game. I do agree as well. There needs to be a strict example set, and for some of these guys, life in prison isn't so bad, especially when, I ain't even trying to be funny, half of them already starting to swing a certain way anyway. You know, they influences the activities they have, how close they are with their homeboys as opposed to women. I'm talking about they're supposed to be their girlfriends, how much time they spend, like how intimate they are with their homeboys. And man, these niggas borderline right there anyway. You might as well go ahead in there and make life and love. Pause. Run the likes up, please, guys. Run the likes up. So, yeah. No Good says, shit, ask him if it was worth it the day after they was shook. Yeah, they was shook, but I mean, Slim says, Mills, I never said nothing about being high. I don't smoke. Oh, okay, they got it going on. Why you mad says not on paper, but when Young and Ace got hit up on his birthday, he claimed it. Oh, we talking about Foolio at that point when I said Foolio don't have no bodies. Joski says, to go from having fun smoking and chicks to being locked up with dudes for the rest of your life is crazy. Ask them if it was worth it after they turned 30. Nigga, I see why bro replied. Nigga, as soon as they got there, they was like, no, this shit ain't worth it, man. Hell no. Nah. Oh, she was saying it keeps saying hi. And he said, okay, I see what y'all, I don't know. Anonymous said Davion needs some JP. Wings do sound good though. Everybody talking about wings now. Damn, I want some wings. I want some wings. We getting that rap money. We getting that. Hey, one thing about it, but we free. We can decide what we want to eat today. We want to eat. What y'all want? Burgers, pizza, wings, veggie wrap. What y'all want? Breakfast for dinner, fish. What do you guys want? What are we eating? Mushrooms. What you guys want to eat? We free. We can decide what we're gonna eat. Where y'all gonna go today? Take advantage of your freedom. Go get some sunlight. Breathe some of that free air and hold it in like you're hitting the week. Inhale that free air. Hold it. Taste it. Let it out. They can't do that. You be a dummy, you can't do that. If you ever jeopardized your freedom, if you ever had your freedom taken before, your freedom, not no other shit, pause if y'all niggas thinking weird. If you ever had your freedom taken from you, you've actually given your freedom away. And you have it back, you have a chance to have it back, nigga, please appreciate it. Do right by it. Jeez. What we eating today, man? I might get some wings or something, man. I might get some wings. Where can I get some good ass wings from? They need to make a place called Good Ass Wings. And when you make it, just give me a percentage for coming up with the name. Shoot me 10K, something like that, 20K, and move on. Go make $1 million. Go make millions. Good ass wings. Go ahead. What y'all gonna do today, man? What is everybody who has freedom, everybody who's free and who has a choice to what to eat and what time to go to bed and how many times to flush the toilet and what time the lights go on or off? Wait a minute. Do their lights ever go off? It's always light in that mug. If you can control the temperature and where you lay your head at, you know, like, let's enjoy this. Let's enjoy. Especially if you come from foolishness. If you was even close to it, or if you was on a path to this being you, possibly, enjoy your freedom. Take advantage of it, man. Respect it. Respect your freedom. Lord have mercy. Be thankful, man. Yo. Oh, they do turn the light off? They do turn the light off? We'll leave the light on for you. I bet y'all will. Raggedy mother. It's crazy. Listen, guys. We wrapped this shit up a lot sooner than expected, man. The Discord is open. If anybody want to get in Discord, they got something they want to say, you want to vent about your day, anything, here y'all go. Here's y'all time. Because y'all already know what's about to happen. Let me get off in this chat, y'all. I see Bob Marley, Slim Jones, J-Rock World, Vaughn Top Flight, Anonymous, Elevescent. Elevescent says, I'm going to do whatever I feel like doing. Anonymous says, Devion got his last sip of soda from the free world. Damn. That's messed up, bro. Where we at, y'all? Where we at? Where we at? I just lost my spot. Here we go. Okay, where we at? I found it. God damn. Up to BL Chocolate, grow the fuck up. Who is that for? Somebody got to grow the fuck up. Up to no damn good said, imagine being dumb enough to go to jail or prison. You know damn well better, or at least you should. Sad world. John Pork says, we got to get bro monetized. Jocko's Pro says, I'm on probation. I'm still blessed and super free. God is good. I'm never going back. Facts. Von Top Flat says, y'all crazy if you really believe that I wouldn't. Oh, know the difference from a rat? From a chicken. Stop living in a server, bruh. I almost lost it again. Wayne Henry. It's when a ninja gets locked up when he realizes how precious freedom is. Wow. Ella Vincent says, pizza! It's Pizza Friday, man. I might have the same. Pizza and wings sound good right now. I ain't gonna lie. Anonymous says, Chinese wings are over fried rat. That's funny as hell, but hell no. Vaughn says, eat was chicken and pork fried right. Oh yeah, chicken and that chicken wings. I'll pass, gang. Slim, you don't eat chicken wings? He said, them pigeons. BL says $5 for a pound of cooked wings. No good says whatever they're going to do, the government putting in that chicken. What do y'all eat then? What are y'all eating? If y'all not eating chicken, so all you motherfuckers, everybody who ain't eating chicken, what do you eat? Just beef? What do you eat? Fish? What do you eat? Just vegetables? And hold on. This ain't a personal attack. This is what I would ask anybody. I even say this to myself. It's not that it don't matter, first and foremost, because I dare somebody to eat McDonald's every day for a year and see where your health is at. So it does matter what you put in your body. But I want to ask y'all, okay, if the chicken is pigeon, what do you eat? Beef? What is the beef? If the beef is ground human, what do you eat? Fish? If the fish is fake and cloned and don't come from nothing, then what do you eat? Veggies? The veggies are GMO and spliced and grown in labs and got all kind of chemicals on them. So what do y'all eat? Everything fucked up. Pasta? Nigga, you can't eat just starches. No nutritional value. You know, like, so what do y'all eat? What do y'all really eat? What is niggas eat? How y'all surviving? Riddle me that. How's you niggas surviving? It's a lot of, I see this shit all over social media. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. There's been phases in life. I was one of them niggas. I was one of them, I don't eat that, I don't eat this. A very strict dietary, says limited, can't eat rice. You can't eat rice? Jay Gordon says veggie burgers. You think a veggie burger is just all vegetable unless you make it at home yourself. And then if you're not growing your vegetables, then you don't know what's on them or in them or what, right? And then what about Monsanto and the other big seed companies only making seeds that they say reproduce what, only 3 times? I'm just saying, I'm just boiled chicken. How the fuck you eat boiled chicken? Lim, what is that? Matthew Dykes says organic everything. Oh, chicken soup. Lim, you from where you from, Lim? Where y'all from? Drop where y'all from at. Matthew Dykes says organic everything. So you think organic ain't? Hold on. No, I don't. I don't want to seem like tinfoil hat in it, you know, but would you gonna believe that? Organic? So organic don't have no pesticides? at all? How in the hell do they keep bugs off of them? How do they keep the organic food on the shelf just as long as the food that wasn't grown organically if there's no additives? These produce shouldn't last. I don't know. Boom, Matthew Dyke says, trust your local farmers. I give you that one. There you go. Go to your local farmers. Go to your farmers markets. Vaughn says, nothing organic unless you're literally planting, growing, and picking yourself. Matthew Dyke says, neem oil. Okay, okay. BL chocolate, what? The whole pig. Dog food. Talk about that's what you eat, bro. You funny. Diamond Perp says, bro, there's organic sources of food everywhere. It may cost a little more, but sometimes less is more. I go to organic spots in NYC, head out east to Long Island and get a few veggies, proteins, and carbs. Diamond Perp, and he says, bro, of course, it has some types of shit. They've been doing this since the days of times. I'm just saying everybody's putting something in their body that they shouldn't. I'm assuming, right? Matthew Dyke says, Baltimore, shout out to B More. Shout out to B More. I did a video about a grandmother, a rapping granny from B More. Her name is Mama X. She dropped a rap, a mic drop, and it was fire. And I gave her credit, but because of the titling, because I asked a question, a lot of people are criticizing and calling me ignorant when they didn't even listen to the video. I gave her props. I said the content. I gave her props on her skill level and all. I'm like, are y'all even listening? No, they read the thing and they just going off, oh, you're just people like you. It be the same people. Your own skin folk ain't your kin folk. I'm like, my nigga, did you listen to the fucking video, nigga? Or did you just read the shit in the look at this motherfucker with a mask on hating on the old lady because he can't do it. My nigga, fuck you. That ain't what I said, bitch. Listen to the fucking video, stupid. My bad, y'all. I just had to get that off. But shout out to Mama X, man. Mike from the video says, who eating boiled gut or knuckle skin? Ooh, god damn. Kevin Wilson says, I hope he means boneless chicken that he boils. Nurse Lady T say, what? BL Chocolate says, pig feet and knuckles. Okay, Matthew says, organic everything, my guy. Damba Perp says, bro, you're a smart dude. You could have been a lawyer or something. Very well spoken. You know what? It's never too late to be something in life. I will say that. Hey man, you never know the outcome. One thing about it, we live in America. It's the land of opportunity. There's always a chance. I'm gonna say it again. I've said it previously. I'm gonna repeat it one more time. As long as you don't take yourself out or make yourself become property of the state or government, you have a chance to become something, to become successful in some field. And I appreciate you, bro. My cousin told me that when I was young. So you like to argue, you should be a lawyer. Maybe I should have listened. That's where the problem comes in at. You're right, Reginald Williams, facts. Go to your local Jewish market, shop, and get kosher. He's not lying. I ain't gonna, Matthew, Dime of Perk. Go ahead, guys. Y'all, Reginald, share the information. Share the information. Share the information. I don't buy meats from Walmarts. I added an S. And I usually hate when people, oh, you going to Walmarts? What about people? I'm from the South. The majority of my people are from this. Well, we from all over. But you ever heard somebody put a K in at the end of it? You going to Walmarts? I'd be like, damn, why she say that? Or X, you going to Walmarts? I'm like, lady, stop. Don't say it like that. You making me think you. Anyway. But listen, man, I appreciate you guys. Let me get off in this chat real quick. Hold on. Let me see what Marcus said. Matthew said, stay away from foods that say enriched. Facts. I agree with that 100%. I'm staying away from gluten as well. I think everything that's enriched is pretty much, I think everything that contains gluten, I think gluten and enriched go hand in hand, right? If I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, we got some sporting events. We got Ronda fighting Gina tomorrow. Oh yeah, y'all better check in, tap in on the Discord. If you know, you know. Y'all better tap in on the Discord if you know, you know. Ronda Rousey fighting tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say. NBA tonight. Let's go. 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 What did I miss? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What did I miss? Let's go. Let's go. Hey, what y'all think about that Drake? Do y'all even care about that Drake? What did I miss? This nigga dropped 3 albums. I'm going to say this. Boy, listen. Nigga. Boy, Andre 3000 could drop 3 albums. I ain't listening to that shit. It ain't no nigga dropping 3 albums I want to hear right now. I don't give a damn who you are. Boy, if Michael Jackson came back alive and dropped 3 albums, I'd probably still be like, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait. It's another case going on. Something else I was watching. I don't know if y'all been paying attention. Slightly, kind of. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What did I miss?
I expect there not to, I'd ask you not to shout out, not to say one thing or another. Please leave orderly at the end, whatever the result may be. And I'll say, and just one last thing is that
This shit low as hell.
a case like this, and I've had a number of them, it is raw emotion, which is there, and I know that.
It's all kind of verdict watches. Hold on.
No, thank you. Sorry about that. I should have said that.
Just watch the outcome of this case with y'all real quick, man. Something I've been looking at, but we can't cover more than one at a time, right? This is what the Josie Dykeman case. Josie Dykeman accused of first-degree intentional homicide in the death of a 6-year-old, Alex Xavier Pedrin. Authorities say Dykeman called 911 on February 23 when the child was unresponsive, and the autopsy later revealed he died from blunt force trauma with a sedative also contributing. Investigators allege a history of abuse, with witnesses reporting repeated violence and prior medical concerns, including a suspicious femur fracture before his death. Dykeman was reportedly dating the child's father at the time of the little boy's death. She faces life in prison if convicted. They're about to give her verdict, guys. Damn, how did my seat get way down there? What did I miss? Damn, I'm tall as shit now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that Nate Diaz fight tomorrow. Hey, we on. Join the Discord. If you know, you know. We will be UFC tomorrow. Join the Discord. If you know, you know.
County case number 23 CF 475. Count 1. We, the jury, find Josie Dykeman guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Verdict for count, signed by the foreman. Verdict for count 2. We, the jury, find Josie Dykeman guilty of chronic neglect of a child. Consequences is death as charged in count 2 of the information. Signed by the foreman. Count 3. We, the jury, find Josie Dykeman guilty of physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death as charged in count 3 of the information. Did at least one violation cause the death of the child? No. Did at least one violation result in great bodily harm to Alexandra Pendren? Yes. Signed by the foreman.
So as to those verdicts, I'm going to ask you as a joint, you just say yes at first, but then I'm going to go through each verdict. The first question is that your verdict as a jury? Yes. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each one. I'm going to poll the jury. Then I'm going to go through each one of you. I'm going to use numbers 1 through 7.
Got our ass up out of there.
1 through 5 here, or 1 through 7 to 14 or 12. Excuse. So first of all, juror number 1, is that your verdict as to count 1? Actually, the person behind it.
All right, that's it for sure. All right. Got it. That's sad. Oh, it was low. No, they didn't give a death. They gave a life. They gave a life. I see some of y'all saying y'all couldn't hear it. It's rather low. It's rather low, but yeah, they gave a life. They gave a life, guys. We're gonna get up out of here though. Hold on, y'all wanna hear this diss song? Who ain't heard that diss song? Yo, who? Y'all done heard that diss song. We ain't gotta play that bullshit. Let's go, y'all. Top commenters before we get up out of here. Number 1 is Lim. Number 2 is Anonymous. Number 3 is Nurse Lady T. Number 4 is Another Gamer. Number 5 is Rob Ben. Number 6 is Shada Sash. Number 7 is Slim Jones McGeezy. Number 8 is Mike from the Ville. Number 9 is KFOD. And number 10 is Clay Richards. And number 11 is the honorable mention, the homie X said. Let's go. Shout out to y'all, man. Super duper salute. Super duper salute. Nurse Lady T says, poor baby. Shay says, see y'all later. Got to get back to work. Shay, get that money on. BL says, my man's haircut is fucked up. It was real messed up. And the Mel says, why can't I hear? What did I miss? Reginald Williams says, she should never get out of jail. She won't. Lim says, she never tried weed. XA says, who's that on the trial? MC Search? That nigga look like MC Search from Third Base. He damn sure do. Nurse Lady T, we see you made it in the top 3. BL says, she done. It's Friday verdict. Yeah, boy, they was handing them out on Fridays. You get a life sentence. You get a life sentence. You get a life sentence. Hold on, Oprah. I was just watching. Bitch, slow down. I was just watching. West says Nate Diaz versus Mike Perry and Ronda versus Gina is on Netflix tomorrow. Facts. And just in case y'all don't want to tune in alone, hey, I'm going to just say hit the Discord. Hit the Discord. Tammy Green said, what's going on here? Just popped in. Shout out to you, Tammy Green. Matthew Dyke says the Amish market is a great place to shop as well. Yes, definitely, definitely. I appreciate you guys for giving the info, sharing and spreading that info, man. Helping people who trying to be as healthy as possible. As healthy as possible. You know what I'm saying? You got to make the best of what you got. Even if the food is kind of messed up, at least get the, you know what they say when it's the president, both presidential candidates suck, you got to take the lesser of the two evils. Something is in all the food. This food may be a little cleaner. You know what I mean? Like when the Israelite brothers go get a lamb, they don't necessarily slay it, but they go to a butcher, and the butcher will take care of the lamb right there, and then they cut it up and all. Yeah, it's other ways. It's other ways. You don't have to buy from any grocer. And now they're there are fresh markets. They'll have different types of names. I just call them fresh markets, even though that may be the name of something that already exists. There are markets with fresh vegetables, fresh farmed vegetables, fresh farmed meat, locally grown and farmed and cared for around just about everywhere now. You may have to go a little further. You may have to deal with more crowds, less variety or more variety, because they have some meats that you're not going to find in any one of these big chain stores. But thank you guys. West33 says, yeah, Slim, Ronda retired 10 years ago and Gina retired in 2009. Both about to make a comeback tomorrow for a fight that should have happened 15 years ago. Somebody going to break a leg probably. Reginald Williams says everything is natural and made from the human body, nothing harmful. You can look up the Jewish market in your area and everything is natural, made from farm-raised animals to candy. Wow. And you know what? I never considered even candy, but that's good. Mike from the Ville says, Iceman was okay at best. I'm not listening to the other three. That's funny as hell. The other three. Matthew says, the enrichment process is a process that involves unnatural vitamins and inserts a bunch of preservatives and chemicals. Are you listening to? Clearly not. Oh, he's talking about. Dama Purpose says, I'm about to get what's that? A bandeja paisa at the Colombian spot. Fuck it. What's that, bro? Put me on. Orange peel candy. Okay. All right, Lim. BL says, I'm out of here enjoying my freedom. Hey, everybody, y'all. It's Friday, man. Shay says, hey. Listen, y'all. Nurse Lady T said, not Death Row Friday. They was trying to see. Shit, Suge Knight was in the building today. Niggas thought Suge was finna pop up. Hey, listen, shout out to y'all. Like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. That's only room for human error. I'll never set you out on purpose. And like my hat say, and my shirt say, and like I say, I identify as a multimillionaire. In this world of choices, people want to be dogs, cats, man, woman, and a Crayola crayon, and they weren't born any of that. And we got to put respect on their choices. So I asked the world to put respect on mine. I identify as a multimillionaire. If they got a bathroom, I need a cash register. Other than that, this is RUMORNATI NETWORK, and we about to listen to this dish. Yeah, I dissed Mano. You guys remember a few months back, I promised to God, listen, I'll do something else. Coming soon, all right? I'm going to do something else. Subscribe. Make sure you join the Discord. You guys want to chop it up after the stream. Don't talk about and hit that mother effing PayPal. Don't be scared. Mano dissed bloggers a couple months ago. He dissed Act. He dissed all the big name bloggers. He dissed all these guys. He dissed Whack 100. He dissed Adam 22, Academics, Joe Budden, Harlem Legend, and 050 podcast, Hassan Campbell, and he said everybody's name, but in the beginning he said the word rumor twice. He named everybody, big and small and growing bloggers, and left rumor. He just happened to say rumor. I thought he dissed. So I dissed back. Unfortunately, this is the only way that we have to end the show right now. Now I know I started some bullshit. Now I got to go make another song because it was just to grab attention. It was a troll. It was some bullshit. And we don't hate. You know, we ain't no haters. And this wasn't rooted in hate. It was actually rooted in fun, even though the words are pretty vulgar. There's nothing personal. I actually can rap some of his songs and all that. Well, one of his songs and all that shit. But yeah, shout out to Mano. But at the same time, fuck Mano. Until I make another song. RUMORNATI NETWORK, we out of here. Let's go.
I came into this game off of rumors. Saying I was a bully was the rumor. Had the super magnum with the rumor.
$, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. PayPal is open. Hit the Discord if y'all want to chop it up afterwards, man. We might be tuned in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. Hold on. Subscribe if you didn't, y'all. We out of here. Let's go.
Yeah. Fuck Mano. Yeah. Hey, fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Didn't they say that nigga was wearing fake chains, bro? Fuck Mano. Damn. Motherfuck Mano. Hey. fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, I never thought I had the right bars for a lame-o. Old nigga, go and get a walker and a cane, bro. I heard a nigga hating on bloggers. Say it ain't so. Now he podcasting, doing the same thing, bro. Kitchen talk ain't last that long. What in the great show? Ye really kept you afloat. Ain't no debate, bro. Does anybody listen to Mano? No,
I mean, that I hated wasn't shit, but that T-Pain feature was dope.
You had a song called Rumors. It got you a buzz. You mentioned rumor in your song. I took that as a sub, but as soon as I got the word, I masked up and went to turn the nightclub to the motherfucking Fight Club. Mano, is it ironic how a nigga with a mask is the face of the show? Without a mask, you was just another face on the show. Kissing ass just to get another space on the show. God damn. Fuck Mano, motherfuck Mano. Wearing fake chains, no. Career down the drain, no. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano.
I came into this game off of rumors. Saying I was a bully was the rumor. Had the super magnum with the rumor.
Yeah, nigga. This shit so aggravating. You think we ain't heard them sneak disses, nigga? Rumors. Yeah. Fuck Mano. Yeah. Hey, fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Didn't they say that nigga was wearing fake chains, bro? Fuck Mano. Damn. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, Mano. Didn't they say that nigga was wearing fake chains, bro? Fuck Mano. Damn. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, I never thought I had the right bars for a lame-o. Old nigga, go and get a walker and a cane, bro. I heard a nigga hating on bloggers. Say it ain't so. Now he podcasting, doing the same thing, bro. Kitchen talk ain't last that long. What in the great show? Ye really kept you afloat. Ain't no debate, bro. Does anybody listen to Mano?
I mean, that I hated wasn't shit, but that T-Pain feature was dope.
You had a song called Rumors. It got you a buzz. You mentioned rumor in your song. I took that as a sub, but as soon as I got the word, I masked up and went to turn the nightclub to the motherfucking Fight Club. Mano, is it ironic how a nigga with a mask is the face of the show? Without a mask, you was just another face on the show. Kissing ass just to get another space on the show. God damn. Fuck Mano, motherfuck Mano. Wearing fake chains, no. Career down the drain, no. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Yeah. Nigga, all that sneak this, yeah, we caught it, nigga, ain't nothing wrong with it, go ahead and do it, ain't gonna do nothing but cloud us up, nigga, we appreciate it, we aggravated, and we agitated, yeah, all you niggas that's too tough for the internet, get off the internet, leave the internet to the internet niggas, leave the podcast to the podcasters, all you street niggas, go ahead and jump in the grave, yourself, go ahead and jump into jail, ruin your life, don't worry about ours, nigga, cause all we gonna do is worry about y'all's, that's what we do, so please let the vloggers vlog. I mean, it ain't too much different from when you came out and you dropped your song Rumors. You was talking about stuff that happened in the industry. We talking about stuff that happened in the industry, whether it's true or not. We ain't saying that it's facts.